Draft night is finally here. Thank you so much for spending it with us. We are going to have a ton of people in and out of this stream over the next few hours. Cannot wait to get this thing started. It starts live after this intro. We appreciate y'all. All right, welcome back to Last Second Sports, where we are giving you our take down to the last second. And tonight, just like we did this time a year ago, it is the live draft party. So right now, you see myself. You've got my main man, David, right here with me. If you know him from Twitter, it's at Backcountry Farm. This is my guy. We talk a ton about the 49ers. We're in spaces together on a regular basis. So happy to have you on the show. First of all, David, how you doing tonight?
Brother, I'm so glad to be here. This is a big night, not short of any drama, and 2 years in a row. So let's get this baby rolling.
Absolutely. So Last Second Sports, right? We are a Lions and a 49er show. Now, my co-host, Rad, he will be here in about 30 minutes or so. He's doing some personal things, but he'll be here in about 30 minutes. He will provide the whole Lions perspective, but we're going to talk the whole NFL draft. But first, David, before we get into the rest of the NFL draft, the big drama for the night is certainly Deebo Samuel. Does he go? Does he stay? There's so many questions around this scenario. And it seems like every single day as we reach closer to this draft, it was he's getting traded. He's getting traded. He's getting traded. Oh, now he's not. Now, so we've been back and forth on this whole thing. I know right now it seems like it's impossible. Your gut right now, you don't have to put a percentage on it. You can if you want. But what does your gut tell you right now as we're 20 minutes from the draft starting? What do you think happens with Deebo Samuel tonight?
It's gone back and forth, Jesse. Things that you've been hearing the last couple of days, talking to people I trust. And my head and my heart has gone different places. My firm belief and knowledge that Deebo does not want to be with the 49ers. He's made it very clear. And in that situation, I feel that the knowledge of there are offers on the table that are more than fair. My gut is now that it's more 50-50 than I thought. A couple days ago, I thought it was more 70-30, 80-20 he's moved. Right now, I think that the Niners are weighing these offers. They don't want to lose a player of the quality of Deebo. And yet he's also made it very clear that he does not want to play for the team. And so right now, I still say, and I could be wrong, I think that the 49ers will move Deebo. Whether that happens tonight, I've also heard there's, if there's a package that would involve a future first or, multiple picks on day 2, that could be something that's in the works. I still think that it's very likely he stays and the Niners try to work it out against all odds in ways to mend the fences. But I'm going to go with what I've been told. I'm going to go with my gut in that regard. And I still think the 49ers are going to look at some offers and make the trade. And I could be very wrong. I'm not as strong as I was 24 hours ago, but I think that when push comes to shove, they're going to see that it's making something good out of a kind of a shitty situation.
Yeah, well, absolutely. And we'll talk about that situation in just a second, right? Because I think you have some really good insight. Hey, there we go. I like that. I think you have some really good insight and concerns really about this situation. And I'm with you on the Deebo thing. Like, obviously, as we get closer, it seems less and less likely, right? And that's a pretty obvious statement. Like, the more time that runs off the clock, you have less time to get it done. I understand that. But at the same time, there are multiple options. And even it's crazy because going into today, I said, all right, if they get past pick 19, we can rest easy. I think Deebo stays, right? But now you have to remember that the original package for Tyreek Hill was 35, 38, and 69. If they go to the 49ers and say, we're going to give you 35, 38 and a future first round pick, how do you say no to that? Right? Like, if it can't be worked out, you can't say no to that either. That's actually a really good offer, in my opinion. So 35, 38, future first round pick. So now, as I'm thinking through that, I don't think I can really rest easy until pick 35 has been made, which unfortunately is not until tomorrow. Hopefully you'll be back with me tomorrow and we'll be able to discuss it. But you do have some real concerns here, and I want to get to these, but I do have to read. We have a couple super chats. So Tony B says, let's frickin' go. I don't think he meant frickin', but that's where I'm going with it. And then we got Shay, one of the Trey and Lance brothers from Twitter. I love the 49er front office backdrop, old man. We in the war room. My man, David, my favorite teacher in Cook County. Love y'all. Hey, there we go. I absolutely love it. Well, David, I don't know if you know this, but whenever we have donations on the show, we always give love, and this is how we do it.
Hey, brother, I want to say that's my kids. I just showed that movie to my kids a couple months ago, and they'd never seen it. My kids are 8 and 12, and they're obsessed with it now. So that just made my night.
That's awesome, man. All right, so your concerns with Deebo Samuel, you've done a great job, I think, of articulating this to me. And I think it would be good to articulate it here because it is a different concern than what I'm hearing go around. Because here's what we usually hear. Well, we want Deebo on the team. He's a better player than anybody you can get. He's a guaranteed thing. The offense ran through him. Deebo makes this team better. And yes, those things are all true. But then there's the human element. David, what are your concerns when it comes to Deebo Samuel if they can't work this out and they don't trade him?
Well, this is the thing. And the bottom line is he wants out. And I've heard from people that say, well, nobody has to trade somebody. Well, no team ever has to trade anybody. That's clear. In this situation, though, the human factor is relevant. And whether or not Kyle Shanahan thinks he can mend fences or that the organization thinks they can make it work, I fear from multiple sources that I trust and that's out there right now is that this relationship is fractured. He's made it very clear that he wants to leverage his way out. And while you're trying to bring in the Trey Lance era, you have to ask yourself whether or not it's worth it to call Deebo's bluff on this. Because Deebo's not bluffing. Deebo feels convicted in this. And I think the 49ers organization has shown that they are very willing to be stubborn in situations where either if they're overvaluing a player or they're overestimating a player's value, or in a situation like this where they think, hey, we can make it all work out. Okay. And I am not ignoring the reality of how fans would be like, David, what are you talking about? This is Deebo Samuel. He's offensive player of the year. Of course. But this is not a perfect world in this situation. And if there are offers where, like you said, Jesse, if you get a first, if you've got a second, if you've got something else, some future picks, if these offers are as significant as I think that they are, you have to ask yourself, the draft picks are unproven, but you also have a proven situation right now with the threat of something kind of toxic in this organization. And good organizations have to weigh those costs and benefits and figure out what the right way to go is. And I'm telling you, we know there are offers on the table. We know there are first round picks involved. And the 49ers are up against it tonight and have to make a decision. And I feel the right decision is going to try to take one of those offers, pick the best one, and move forward and trust Kyle Shanahan, trust Adam Peters in the scouting department, trust Trey Lance, trust his defense, trust D'Amico Ryans, and putting players around them to make this team even stronger in a division that just lost Russell Wilson, that has Arizona on its heels with the Kyler Murray situation, and a Rams team that they've been able to play as well as anybody in the league.
It's a legitimate concern. It really is. And this is, again, this is my favorite thing. You just assume that players are robots because they make a lot of money and they play football. That is not the case. There's a human element here. And we don't know exactly why Deebo wants out, but he certainly is dug in, at least to this point. And he's been dug in for quite some time now. this is my concern, David, is that they knew that Deebo wanted to be traded minimum a week before we knew, possibly up to 2 weeks before we knew. Everybody thinks that Shanahan's going to come in and just smooth things over like he did with Trent Williams. Why wouldn't he have done that already? If he had that ability, why has it been 2 or 3 weeks and it's still, as of right now, Deebo Samuel wants out of a 49er uniform? That tells me there's something there that the 49ers cannot provide, whether it's geographical, whether it's a money thing they're not willing to do, whether it's a tax issue. I don't know, but there's something that San Francisco cannot provide him that he wants.
And it's something we need to take into consideration. I've been very vocal in spaces on the TL talking about how I do not begrudge Deebo being in a position where he thinks he can leverage to go where he wants to go, make money that he wants to make. He is a unique player. He's one of the best in the world at what he does. He deserves, what's up, Rich? He deserves to kind of flex the way he wants to do. I might not agree with it, or other people might agree with it, or otherwise. This being said, Deebo plays a role in this situation. And as you mentioned, now, Tim Kawakami had wrote an article for The Athletic a couple of days ago that talked about that this is not something, like you just alluded to, this is not a surprise situation for the 49ers. This is not something that when he went through Jeff Darlington, that was like, oh, shit, this is the first, oh my God, Deebo doesn't like it here. What are we going to do? Right? This is something that has been percolating. He is not a person that is disliked by teammates or anything like that. It's not a locker room cancer, but this is something that has been coming down the pike for a while. And like you said, when the general public saw it go through Jeff Darlington, it's like, okay, I heard about this I would say about a week to 10 days before. And I've been telling people, like, do not be shocked. Do not be shocked. Do not be shocked. I think that's the thing. And one thing that I have to say is that Deebo, as much as I credit him, the speculation about why this happened is going to go on and on and on until it gets clarified by Deebo. And while he doesn't owe us anything, and the organization can be complicit, Deebo does play a role in this somehow, some way. Why he's mad ultimately, there's different elements at play. But the bottom line is, at the end of the day, it's the same result. The guy's mad. He doesn't want to be here. And you do have offers to secure capital in this year's draft to replace him as best you can.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, I'm in the war room. You can see that. That's clear. I don't know what the question marks are. No, I'm just joking. Yes, I'm at home. No, I appreciate each and every one of you for tapping in. Okay, so being that we do have some Lions folks in here as well, let's not just talk Deebo. I just out of curiosity, and you know, my co-host will be here shortly. He can give us the full breakdown of why and this and, you know, all that. But I know that you're pretty bullish on the start of your draft, which means I think you haven't figured out who the Lions are going to take. Now, I've been poking fun at my co-host. I've been telling him that they're going to go quarterback, which he absolutely hates. He says there's no chance. I don't believe it either. But I have to razz him a little bit. Who do you think that the Detroit Lions take at number 2?
I think that, so I personally think it's going to be Trayvon Walker at number 1 of the Jaguars. We'll talk about that later. Just address the Lions. I think there's several different players that go with it too. You're looking at Aiden Hutchinson. You're looking at Kayvon Thibodeau. You're looking at even, I mean, if there's an out, you know, one of those outlier picks in Jermaine Johnson. Oh, nature. and
you like just threw me on here, scared the shit out of me.
So I personally think that they should go Kayvon Thibodeau. That would be who I would draft at number 2. I think it's going to be Aiden Hutchinson if Trayvon Walker goes. Now, if it depends, it's very dependent on the number 1 pick. I had been about a month or 2 ago. I thought, hey, you know, maybe they'll go to Malik Willis. I don't think that's going to happen. I think this quarterback class is ranked lower. I think there was a lot of smoke for people that want to trade up above and hope these OTs and edges fall. I think the quarterbacks slide.
All right. I want to get to this chat or this contribution because Waruna holds a special place in my heart. So last year when we did the draft party, we were bringing people on randomly. We'll probably do that again as this thing gets going. But Waruna was actually on screen last year when we drafted Trey Lance and my reaction. And he's wondering if I have that clip. And Waruna, sadly, I don't, because it was on the last channel. I didn't save it anywhere else. That last channel is gone, which means my reaction when Trey Lance got drafted is also gone. Definite bummer. It's one of those memories that I wish I had on video. That's a big part of doing this, right? Is being able to go back to some of your old takes, make fun of yourself for getting things wrong, or pat yourself on the back if you got things right. And unfortunately, I don't have those. So, but Waruna, always that memory will ring true in my heart. I know that you were on screen with me, and you are a big part of this channel. So I appreciate you. Let me show you some love, man. All right, listen, Niner Nate's nonsense. What's going on, bud? How are you?
It's funny you mention reactions to draft picks, because my Trey Lance reaction got out there again today, and it is not good. It is not good at all. So you're when you drafted Trey Lance, you're probably pretty positive. I was not, and so seeing that video again was like, oh my god.
Really? You were? Really?
I was, like, really
okay.
Mad. Yeah.
Dang, no, mine was very obviously mine was positive.
I was a Justin Fields or die guy. Like, I literally was counting down every day, waiting till Justin Fields was drafted to the 49ers.
Yeah, Nate and I were on at Niners Nation last year, and they just shared that on there. And I was just going over the Spotify recording of that. And even all of us, like, I actually had Lance as 1B on my list, and I was pretty happy about it, but I did have Fields at 1A. But it was all around, the reaction was kind of tepid.
You know what? Actually, I'm thinking about this. I streamed it on Twitter too. I probably do have that reaction on Twitter. I didn't think about that. I'm gonna have to find that. I'm gonna have to try to pull that one up. Yeah, I was beyond excited, actually. Beyond excited. So yeah. All right. Well, Nate, you missed the very beginning, but we rehashed the Deebo situation. We gave our thoughts, some of our concerns if Deebo stays on this team, if he in fact does not want to be a part of this team going forward. And if we thought he was going to get traded tonight, I think David and I are leaning towards yes, something does happen. But we also said we're not willing to rest easy until pick 35. And the reason is because what if the Jets say, hey, we'll give you 35, 38 and a first rounder next year? I don't know. I mean, to me, that's also a very good haul. So to me, I'm waiting till pick 35 is made before I rest completely easy. But what is your gut feeling going into this? Has it changed over the last couple of weeks? Where are you at on this?
Okay, well, I'm gonna say I want him to get traded. I'll start there. I want him to be traded.
All right.
I'm very much on. I've thought about this a lot, and I'm on the page of just there. I'm very worried they're not going to be able to fix this. That's my number one worry.
I agree.
Is that they're not going to be able to fix this, and if they can't fix this, they're going to get a lot less from him, because people are going to be like, well, he's not playing for you, so you got to give us. We'll take him for just one first round pick. If they can get something done tonight and get pick 10, then that'll be great. Like, I would love, pick 10 and 38. I think I'm cool with that. Like, pick 10, 38, and like a player. I think I'm good with that. Like, I think I'm okay with that. The problem is I don't think they're going to get anything done, because the Niners are stubborn and like they are somehow set on this idea that they are going to hold on to him and get more from him. And I understand, like, people are like, well, they can franchise tag him. Well, the NFL's changed, man. If you get franchise tagged, you don't have to sign it. You don't have to stay. Like, you can just say you're not playing on the franchise tag. Players have done it a million times, and it's obvious that the 49ers aren't going to budge and give him more than $25 million. So at this point, I'm on the get rid of him now. Love you, Deebo. Thanks for everything. I have to make a new intro video somehow. And go get a top tier wide receiver to replace him, or trade up and figure that out. But it sounds like wide receiver is like the thing everyone wants in this draft. I hear Green Bay's trying to trade up to 13 with Houston now, like all this stuff. So I want to move tonight. I don't think he's getting moved tonight.
Yeah, and I lean towards it being. I still lean towards it. I'm not going to say no, and that's where I feel like if the 49ers are smart, I think maybe that's where my head or my My head is saying that they should, if the offers are good, as I feel like that they are, what I've been told. Okay. I think that I agree with Nate, though. That's the fear, is the stubbornness of this organization is going to sink in. And that's why I told you it's more of a coin flip for me at this point. And I fear that they think they can make this work. And I feel like it might be beyond the point of no return. And I know go ahead.
How do I watch the NFL draft on my computer, by the way? I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I was trying to pull it up because I had it on there, but I can't find out how to do it. Sorry to interrupt.
I don't know. I mean, other than like trackers and things, I've got ESPN pulled up on a laptop, or excuse me, on a iPad next to me.
I was just trying to put it on the background. Continue, David. I'm sorry.
No, I just feel like we're going to see what happens, obviously. I think I'm of the belief with Nate is that I've grappled with this. I know the value of Deebo Samuel, and I know that some people might look at what I'm saying as being the sky is falling. When I say that I think a trade is actually something that I think they should do, because, and that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you have a situation that's not great, and that you try to make the best out of it and trust that you have a really, really good coaching staff. You have a very good roster. You've got Trey Lance as your franchise quarterback. And yeah, losing Deebo sucks, but you have got some point. You have to ask yourself, is this the precedent that you want to set? Bringing in a new quarterback, trying to mop things up with a guy who has clearly said he wants out, has threatened it. And I just fear that they talk about culture a lot, right? I've been hearing that for years. Okay. Is this the culture you want? Is this the culture the 49ers want? And I don't know if that is. I think that a trade is more likely than people think. And I think that if the offers are out there, one thing of this, I'll say this, one thing I was told that's gone around, that's been confirmed on the TL. I was told this actually weeks ago, and it was before the trade. And now I can talk about it because it's out there. That teams were reaching out to the 49ers then and saying, hey, we like it. And the Niners said, you know what? Give us a call when you're on the clock. See who's on the board. Now, all of a sudden today, you started seeing those reports come back again. Mm-hmm. I'm just saying that I'm not making that up. That's what I was told. All of a sudden when that came out, I was like, red flag. I'm not saying I'm drinking the Kool-Aid. I really do feel like it's a strong possibility. And
well, here's a good comment. And I made the joke today. I said, well, if the 49ers get picked 10 for Deebo, why not trade 10 and Jimmy to Carolina for 6? Right? They would still have a top 10 pick. They would get a quarterback. Now, the likelihood of that happening is slim to none. But Edgardo's saying, let's hope Jimmy's gone, even if it's for a 6th rounder. Is there any chance? It's crazy, right? Because if I would have told you a month ago that on draft night we'd be talking about a Deebo Samuel trade and not a Jimmy Garoppolo trade possibility, I would have been deleted off of social media. I would have been ran out of town. But now this is a real thing. Deebo is what we're talking about. Is there any chance at all that you think, and Nate, I'll start with you, that you think Jimmy Garoppolo is traded at all during this draft?
I've been pretty loud today about G-Men Jimmy G. And honestly, people think it's because I think it's funny that I tweet things. There's some truth to that. When they don't pick up a 5th-year option for Daniel Jones, who's been awful, by the way. He's not good. We all know he's not good. Nobody's like, Daniel Jones just needs another year to be good at football. And it's that's not how that works at all. And so the thing is we all know what he is, right? And so if I'm the Giants, I'm like, okay, our quarterback isn't there, but are we going to reach? I think they will reach, but would you rather, go out there and put Daniel Jones out there, or maybe go get Jimmy Garoppolo? And so it just kind of depends on how the boards go and how people fall. The most interesting thing to me tonight, in regards to Jimmy Garoppolo, is who's going to be the dumbass who takes a quarterback in the 1st round? Who is that going to be? And
this is the thing. So this is going to be my bold prediction. I think the Saints take a quarterback. And I'm saying Desmond Ritter.
That'd be wild.
We're always wrong, right? It's a mock draft. Mock drafts are always wrong, right? So I think I'm going to say Desmond Ritter and Malik Willis are the only two quarterbacks that go in the first round tonight. That's my bold prediction. I don't even think it's that bold. I think that we heard rumblings before that, there's going to be teams that trade up in the top 10. It could happen. I think that a lot of that is smoke that says, I want those edge guys, OT guys, Stingley, Sauce, people to fall, even guys like Jameson and Garrett Wilson, and I don't think it happens. The quarterback class is so bad, reading consensus scouting reports, trusting my own eyes, but talking to other people, this class is as bad as they said it was. And all you're getting is you're drafting people that might be able to be a plus backup. I really believe that. And I don't think you need to take a risk here. And I would actually think the Lions, I'm interested to see when your co-host comes on, what he thinks, because I don't think the Lions should draft a quarterback at 32 either.
Yeah. Yeah. It's funny. I'm mocking a quarterback to them at 32 more so to piss him off. But at the same time, I can't necessarily argue with that. I don't think Jimmy gets moved during the draft, though, either. That's the thing. Like, if Jimmy gets moved, it's going to be later. It's going to be when he can pass a physical.
Oh, we'll be popping bottles if Jimmy Garoppolo gets moved.
Oh, if Jimmy... Stream. It's here. Okay, here's a funny thing. So I threw out a poll on Twitter, and somebody says, turn on the draft. We've got the draft on. I can't live stream the draft. Let me be clear about that. So if you're here because you think I'm going to live stream it, also, I cannot do that. That's copyright. I can't do that.
I found it, by the way.
Yep.
I found the draft.
Yeah.
Are you allowed to link in your chat? Do you want me to go in your chat on YouTube and link it where people can go watch it?
I mean, I would think that they would have some sort of link, whether through ESPN.
This is an illegal streaming site.
Yeah, well, there you go. Yeah, don't do that.
So I don't want to get you in trouble. That's why I'm saying.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Yeah, no. So basically, we talk about the draft, we play it, we react to each pick as it happens. It's basically like, imagine you're at your homie's house, you got your friends next to you. Yeah. That's what this is, right? We can't, I just want to be clear about that. So if that's what you think it is, I apologize. It's a draft party, right? But we cannot live stream the draft. Anyways, all right. So when it gets to Jimmy Garoppolo,
have they booed this man yet? Has that happened yet? Are we started with they boo the commissioner? That's how.
No, not yet. Not yet.
No. We're not quite there yet. No. We're not quite there yet.
1 minute away.
Yeah. We're not quite there yet. All right. Yeah. So when it comes to Jimmy Garoppolo, I don't think that there's any chance he gets traded. So getting on the quarterbacks, though, not on during this draft anyways, but getting onto the quarterbacks, who is the first quarterback you do think gets selected, and what team do you think they go to? Neither one of you can take this.
I already said.
Okay. Sorry.
I'm saying Desmond Ritter to the Saints.
Ritter to the Saints. That's your guy. Okay.
I'm not that my guy. I mean, I actually think Desmond Ritter is I sound like the kids now. They said he's mid, right?
Oh my God.
My daughter is 12. She would be proud of me saying that. The thing is like, I think Desmond Ritter is actually, of all of them, could be one of those guys that ends up sticking around the longest. I still don't think he's great. I don't think his accuracy is poor. I think he's an average player. But that's the guy who has consistent high floor first round buzz. I think that's gonna be my bold prediction. Probably gonna be wrong. I'm going with Saints with Ritter.
All right. So and we're gonna have a great time with this when it happens. It's gonna be hilarious. At 9, the Seattle Seahawks are gonna take Malik Willis, and we're all gonna sit here and collectively just freaking laugh at how stupid they are. And it's going to be the best moment of the night. I'm so excited. We get to laugh in their stupid faces on live stream. It's going to be great.
I actually am kind of with you. I think it's either Malik to the Falcons or Malik to Seattle. That's my
so good. I'm so excited for it.
The reason I don't think I think Seattle is in full tank mode. I know that Pete Carroll has been reluctant to kind of go that route and try to win, but I don't see it. I think that I believe that the Seahawks are very much in the running to be one of those teams vying for the number 1 pick next year. I think that I can see it happening, but I still think it's
why go full tank though when Pete Carroll is your head coach?
Well, I know that's the thing is that where I think
I understand he's not good anymore, but like he's the dude who won the Super Bowl.
Right. I get it. So I hear you, man. I think it's a possibility because Seattle does stupid stuff. And I had heard some buzz that Seattle would do some dumb stuff again. I heard some buzz that I don't even know what it is, that Seattle's going to surprise at 9. I went vanilla and had a mocked Evan Neal a tackle. And so they need one.
So I'm looking at this account here. He says some guy just tweeted Deebo's out. He gave us his at. I'm looking at him. Very small account. But I guess he's the same guy that was right about Defo being out. So, yeah, he did. He tweeted Deebo's out about 29 minutes ago. But
So
again,
that means
he's
that hopefully we're getting some picks then,
Yeah, again, small account, literally mom and pop small account, not a blue check mark, but again, David, you and I have talked about this a million times. Nate, we've talked about this. Just because you're a blue check mark doesn't mean you have all the answers, right? And there are people, random weird people that you would never suspect that has info. So I'm not saying he's right. I'm not putting a lot into it, but what I'm saying is you never know. You never know.
And this is the thing. I'm not saying he's wrong either, but I've also heard this idea from a couple of people say, hey, this guy had this info before. So you know me, guys. I've been on spaces. It's like my refrain. Stop dismissing people just because you didn't get the information. Does not mean that it's incorrect. I was on the TL right before I came onto the show, and people were like, "Oh, there's not offers." I've never heard Deebo go to a microphone and say, "I don't want." I'm like, guys, neither have I. Nobody has. And so, but Deebo said in a tweet that he said that only person, the people that know, are me and the 49ers. I'm like, and so you believe the tweet that you didn't see him speak? It's just people are going to believe what they're going to believe. I, though, have learned that not to dismiss out of hand. 2 years ago, I would have been that guy. I would have been the guy being like, yeah, right. What do you know? And then I've learned that, yeah, people talk. And they, it's
anything can happen, and you don't know where it's going to come from. We got a couple people saying that they think Steelers, Malik Willis, which I've heard a lot. The question is do the Steelers trade up for Malik Willis? Do they stand pat and get Malik Willis? That's an interesting one to me.
Bro, I just want to say that Ice Cube is on stage right now. And
there I see it. Yeah. He's wearing his Raiders uniform, number 22.
Oh my God.
Oh, nice. The booing has begun.
Is that Derek Carr?
Yes.
It is Derek Carr. Yeah, they're going full. It's because they're in Vegas, right? So they're going full Raiders. Yeah.
Raiders.
Derek Carr going faux hawk for the draft is just the best thing of it. He's really turned over new leaf. Waller's there, so he must be Stan.
Oh my God. Could you imagine if he got traded while he's on stage?
Your boy Jackhammer is saying Deebo is out. That's weird because Jack's never one to make a bold prediction. So
when has he said that?
I have no idea. Maybe he's on a live stream. I don't know.
Is Malik Willis good though? People messaging me on Twitter saying Malik Willis is good. Like, is he good though?
Yeah.
Is he?
I'm going to stick with this, guys. I'm not going to waver. I've been on it. I think it's more 50-50, but I am leaning. My prediction is I do think that Deebo has moved.
Yeah,
I'm not saying it's a given, and that's not a hedge. I've been very clear. Obviously it's close, right? It's been fluid. I know the talking today. I can't say some other things, but Deebo does want out. Deebo, what I can say is very much corroborate. Deebo wants out. Please believe me when I say this.
I think that's getting pretty damn clear. If people can't see that at this point.
But people keep saying it. It's not like, oh, well, we don't know. I mean, I'm telling you guys, please trust me.
We know. Come on. Okay. We know. Nate, you see this comment on here?
What?
Niner Nate coming in with the Tim, what is it? Kaczynski energy. That's a compliment.
Bro, I think you're talking about me. I'm Dave. I'm not Niner Nate. I'm the one that looks like the Unabomber over here. And I look like it most of the year.
Jesse, I know that you said Hamilton at 10 and receiver at 38, but I want Williams at 10 and Petrie or Brisker. Listen, to me, if your choice is Hamilton, Johnson, or Williams at 10, I'm fine with any one of those. Like, I feel comfortable with any one of those. So let's say they trade up to 10. Who are you guys comfortable with? You can't trade back. You just get 10. You can't trade back. Who are you comfortable with? Nate, who would you prefer?
Probably Garrett. Garrett Wilson, most likely.
Really?
I just think that if you're trading Deebo away, you should be replacing him with a wide receiver.
Okay.
I like the safety you were talking about, Hamilton. I understand that. I just think that, if you're stuck at 10, you should be drafting the thing you replaced. And I think that that's probably going to be Garrett Wilson, most likely.
All right. What about you?
Yeah. A couple weeks ago, I put out my receiver rankings. At that time, I had Jameson Williams at 5th only because I was concerned about the ACL. And the more I looked at it, I was honest with myself. Once the Niners were looking at possibly being up and trading up, I started looking at those top guys closer, and I said, dude, I was wrong. I think Jameson Williams personally has as much right as any player in this draft to be the best player in the class. And that is why, and there's been reports out that the Niners really like Jameson Williams. I think if they were to go to 10 and draft at 10 and he was there, he would be the pick.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Jason, you are a little bit behind. And like the stream, anyways, our stream's a little bit ahead of your comments. But yeah, you're right. I mean, it's possible that we're behind. I know that I'm streaming it. I know that Nate's streaming it. David's probably streaming it. So we're probably a few minutes behind.
7 minutes into the Jacksonville Jaguars pick right now.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. Yeah. So I mean, we might be a little bit behind for sure. Yeah. But yeah, so I don't know. This thing's about to get crazy. So I don't know if Dose is actually available here, but let me see if he can come on. So Dose is a content creator, Lions, probably one of the biggest Lions content creators.
Deebo Samuel posted he is currently on a jet.
No, he did not.
Yes, he did.
Shut your mouth right now.
I will send you it in your DMs. Someone just posted it on here.
No way. On his Twitter or where?
On a jet. He posted it on his Instagram. I just sent it to you.
Oh, he might be flying to Vegas.
Could be flying to Vegas, but he's on a jet.
He's trolling. He's trolling at this point because he is supposed to be in Vegas tomorrow, by the way, to sign autographs. So let's be clear about that. He is supposed to be in Vegas. He's trolling at this point. I like to say, here's the thing. I'm not one to say that he's trolling when all the other stuff happened. He's trolling right now. Like, that's a full-on troll job. He's not going to say it. No way. There's no way he would be the one to say it. That's a full-on troll job right now.
Twitter DMs. I just think it's
what's happening.
What up, Rad? How you doing, man?
I'm ready, baby. It's draft time.
Dose is on here, but I don't know if Dose is actually available. He's at the draft live, so
I'm mad at him. I've been texting and calling. He hasn't been picking up.
Well,
I'm actually.
Oh, there he is. There he is. Okay.
I retweeted the person who posted it.
What up, Dose?
I don't know if he can hear us.
I don't think he can hear us. He may not be able to hear. He's muted. I know that.
Jags on the clock. Let's get it. We up next, baby. I got my Engulfer We Trust shirts on. You know what I'm saying? It's time. Let's get it.
Engulfer We Trust. My God. Oh, look at this.
Trust. Feel me? Shout out to Lions.
You're muted right now, Dose. You're muted. Yeah, it's probably loud. He's just tapping in. He's just listening. He's live at the. Look at how close he is too, man. He's a few rows back. That's dope. That's super dope. I love that.
I actually see him on TV right now.
We got number 1 pick in.
Oh, who is it?
It is Trayvon Walker.
Yes,
it is Trayvon Walker. All right, so there we go.
Yes.
Did you make the bet with Marco?
No, and hey, look, it's in the text. I said I should have put money on this before. And yes, I am gonna slam him for that. It's gonna be a beer this summer.
I mocked Walker as well. Yeah, I mocked Walker as well. That's funny. All right, the Lions are on, man. This is crazy.
Hutchinson to the Lions, right? Like
it's Hutchinson, right?
It's Hutchinson.
No,
it's Hutchinson.
It's Kayvon Thibodeau.
No, you think it's Thibodeau?
You think so, Thibodeau?
I think it's Kayvon. I think.
Are you disappointed if it's Hutchinson?
No, I'll take either one.
I want Thibodeau.
I want to trade back. That's what I mean. Ideal, but that's not going to happen. So I'll take Thibodeau or Hutchinson. I'm not mad at either one. I like Jermaine Johnson, but they're gonna probably say we reach. But I think Jermaine Johnson's a stud out of Florida State.
Marco tweeted the Jags are a bunch of idiots.
Yeah,
They are.
And I just
Terrible.
tweeted back, pay up.
Oh my gosh.
There's no way they should have took him with number 1.
You don't think
No
so?
way.
Why?
I can't do it. It's just I think he's too raw. And I don't see how he just really didn't produce with all those other D linemen next to him. So if you're getting a bunch of one-on-one blocks, you need to be winning those matchups. I think he's too raw of a player to be taken at the first pick.
I think the
Good
problem
old,
with
what's his name?
Val-
Who's the
Balky,
who's
Balky.
They should have went O-line.
Balky. Sorry,
I don't want O-line.
Well, this is the thing.
Protect Sunshine.
This thing about Trayvon Walker briefly is that he has when you take stunts and blitzes out, he had a lot of his pass rush win rate wasn't great when it was when the route wasn't clean. However, he has traits. He's a phenomenal run defender.
The pick's obviously been made because right now Dose looks like he's going crazy.
It has to be Hutchinson. If he's going crazy, it's Hutchinson.
No,
It's
Detroit has,
Hutchinson.
Yeah, he been wanting Hutch since the draft season started.
He
I'm
disconnected.
not mad at that.
No.
I'm not mad if it's Hutch.
I don't
You
think
know what?
I don't think
I thought it would be Hutch. I mean, Hutch makes the most sense to me. I mean, keep him at home, right? Like, I don't know. That's
I
just me.
guess.
That's just me.
I don't think the Lions pick is in.
Right.
I think
I'm
he
just
had to
seeing the
go.
Jaguars right now. Am I tripping? Am I behind? Like I
No,
can't be
you're
behind.
good.
No.
Jaguars. On my screen, the Jaguars are just selecting.
He's live though.
There-
There we go. We can hear him. Dose.
Let's go, Detroit! Yes, sir! Let's go!
Oh gosh.
Let's go! Let's go, baby! One time! Let's go!
Is he just
I
stringing
love
because the signs are
Dose.
up?
Who's the pick,
I don't
bro?
know.
Let's go, Mike!
Is the pick in?
No,
Not
man,
in
no.
yet,
no.
He's
Can we-
hearing.
Let's go!
Yeah, but
He's
he's
just
live,
it's
so
not
like
in
he
yet.
could have gotten it.
I got it
I
live.
don't think it's in yet.
You don't think so?
No, because I have a guy who I'm following who tips picks.
And Ari Myrov is tipping picks.
Okay. All right.
My stream just stopped. God.
Is it? It's all right. Look at him. He's frozen. Dose. He's gonna
It
be
is
more mad when
Hutchinson.
he
Oh, it
realizes
is
we're not on
It's
his-
Hutchinson.
It's Hutchinson.
Is it Hutchinson? Yeah.
It's
There we go.
Hutchinson.
All right. Well, so what do you guys think? That's rad. This is your guy right here.
I like it. I mean, I think he's one of the most polished defensive ends, rush ends to come out in this year's draft. He's got arsenal moves, great motor, high IQ. I mean, he put up stats last year, solid film. He's not uber athletic. I probably would have went with Kayvon because he has a little bit more upside, more athleticism. But you can't be mad about Hutchinson. I mean, he put up good numbers. He has good film. Good guy, good wholesome guy, hometown guy. I didn't even want the second pick in this year's draft. This is just a terrible draft to have the second pick because none of these dudes are dimes. I didn't want this high pick. Like I wanted to move back, but I mean, it was a need. We needed a strong side defensive end. We got one. So hopefully he shows up and shows out, which I think he can do because he's polished.
I think he's one of those guys, again, high floor dude. People are telling me he's not a good athlete. He's one of the better athletes in the draft.
He's a very good athlete.
But he's
Extremely
not.
good athlete.
He's great at, but Karlaftis and him both did like the bend was a question. But like Karlaftis is a good athlete. I just think that Hutch has the capability to be a very good player, and the floor is a good player. I don't know if he has the potential to be a great player, but in this draft, like you just said, Dose, is that if you don't have dimes, if you don't have guarantees, and you can't move back, draft a player at a need that is going to be a player that you don't have to worry about. But I don't know what else. I mean, or you just roll the dice. But I don't know who that would be. I would have picked Thibodeau, but I don't think
That's why I would have went Thibodeau also. He has a higher ceiling. But, it is what it is.
But he's the one that might be falling, Rad. Like there's a lot of questions about. First, they tried to say that he didn't have the motor that Hutchinson had, and now they're trying to say that there's some team issues. He wasn't the best teammate. Those things are starting to come out. I think if anybody's in a slide, it's going to be him. If anybody could slide possibly outside this top 10, that was a lock even a week ago. I think it might be Thibodeau.
So this is where I think the Jets would draft Thibodeau. I really do. And if the Jets were able to sit at 4 and get the guy who might be the best edge player in the class, that's incredible value. Even though I don't think Thibodeau is a guarantee, I think he has the best tools. I'm looking for the Texans here. Let's talk Lions here because that's what who do you guys think is good? Yeah,
I think Sauce is going.
I think it's
Texans.
You think it'll be Sauce?
I do.
Interesting.
Marco said that. I think it's Jermaine Johnson with the surprise.
Okay, I like it. What are you thinking, Red?
Sauce.
You going Sauce as well?
I can see Sauce. I'll go Sauce.
Because
the
Texans also have the 13th pick, right? So
yeah, and I think they can come back in and probably snag another edge rusher right there with that 13th.
Yeah, Lions did pick very fast, very very fast,
And I love that.
They wanted Aiden. I think that's
get it in. Let's go. Yeah, if you knew well, and I guess Jacksonville knew well in advance as well. So it's like there we go.
Puts teams at a disadvantage, gives them less time over on the night. You know what I mean? Like make them,
right.
Make the pick
here. I'm mainly just sitting here, just refreshing to see anything with Deebo. This is kind of nerve wracking. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm kind of like starting to freak out a little bit. My hands are getting.
Well, you can be our social media coordinator because I can't. I can't control the chat and social media and watch.
No, you're good.
And
I'm watching social media. That's why I saw the thing with the Jets. It was funny.
You're the social media coordinator. I love it. I love it. We got our correspondent here. Niner Nate here to break some news. Nate, what are you hearing out there?
Someone messaged.
You got your ear to the streets.
Someone just messaged me and said that the flight is to Teterboro, New Jersey, because he looked up flights that are taking off right now.
Well, God, that is so
Stop.
scary. Come on.
Wild. People are wild. This man
People are
just messaged
crazy.
me
Stop.
and said
Stop.
He's going there from Teterboro, New Jersey, and then sent me a flight that is departing right now to Teterboro, New Jersey.
From Van Nuys?
I don't know where from.
Hey, David.
From some California. That's where he's been training, right? So it'd be from California.
Yeah.
David, I'm gonna bring this out. I know you were telling me this backstage. This is actually from someone else, and they said that I can share this. So, but it corroborates. So I'm just gonna throw this out there. I just heard that Deebo's agent said if he's not traded, he's willing to lose a year and take a franchise tag, but he will, in all caps, will not play. Now I want to be clear about this. We weren't going to talk about this. David was telling me this backstage. I just got it from a second person now that says the same thing, a completely different area. So, this thing's real.
I've heard this from. So the reason I'm going to talk about this is because I've actually heard this from 3 different people, and so that way, maybe the one person.
Texans are selecting cornerback Derek Stingley.
Stingley. Okay, so they went corner, but they didn't go. Wow. Okay.
I wanted to go with Stingley, but then when Matt Miller said, "I'm never going to trust him." Yeah, I like it too.
I like Stingley, man. All good traits, solid athlete, just dealt with injury.
Yeah, all right.
That's a good pick. I like Stingley.
Tony B says Lions win 3 games this year.
Chill out, Tony B. You don't know what you're talking about.
They got Jared Goff, man. He's gonna win some.
Lions are good for 9 wins this year.
Wait,
right,
really?
We got Aiden Hutchinson.
I don't want to be a jerk, but really, did you say that?
No, we are. We're good for 9 wins. Watch.
Oh,
remember I said it.
I love it. I love it. Hey,
that's wild.
It's bold. It's very, very bold. I like it.
I don't think it's very bold at all.
So what, David? What are your thoughts on that? Right, you said you've heard this from multiple people.
Yeah. So I can.
Stingley.
So what I try to tell people is that when people say things that get frustrated that you can't say because you don't want to burn them and they've told you can't talk about it, but if you hear it from multiple people and and you don't get that go ahead that's top secret. So yeah, that bottom line is like Deebo has said, he doesn't want to play. You talk through my agent, like they doubled down and hold on one second. Got to get this off.
Who goes here real quick? We got the Jets. I think this is where Thibodeau goes.
Yeah, I agree.
It's got to be Thibodeau, right?
It's either going to be
actually, you know what?
Sauce Gardner.
No. I think it's going to be Johnson, man. I'm going to go Johnson.
See, before I had them going Thibodeau because Johnson went 3, but now that Johnson's there, I could see it being Johnson or Sauce before Thibodeau. I'm going to stick with Thibodeau just because I want my mock to be right.
All right. Yeah, I think it's going to be Johnson. I could see either one, Thibodeau or Johnson. You think it's going to be Sauce, Nate?
Yeah, I'll go with Sauce.
I can't. This is the thing. I like Sauce a lot more than I thought I did about a month ago, and I looked more at him and said, "Dude, this guy is legit." Sky Moore, one of my, I thought he did matched up well there. I think. Did he go? No,
it's not official yet.
Sorry, this is the guy on the chat. I'm going to go with Thibodeau. I'm going to say it. I'm going to think they like him. I think they're going to take a chance on him. I think
it's funny because I mocked Thibodeau, but I think it might be Johnson. So we'll see.
I think Saleh can do it. I think Saleh can handle that personality, and I don't think it's as problematic as people think.
Yeah.
Nothing yet. The Jets are on the clock, so.
Yeah, we got the Stingley one. We got the Stingley one for sure.
The Jets can literally take whoever they want here. Like that's the thing they take, say they take Sauce here, right? And then they kind of basically just sit here and watch till 10. And if the guy they want gets taken, then that's when the Deebo trade should happen, right? Because all those tweets came out and was like, well, the Jets are kind of trying to see who goes before they trade for Deebo. It's just kind of a weird situation. Like, okay, so you want one guy more than Deebo, but you don't want one guy more than Deebo. Do you want Deebo or not? Like, San Francisco, what are you doing if this guy's saying he's not going to come back and play? It's a really messy situation. And it got messier to the point where I didn't think it would get messier, and it continued to get messier. Like, at this point, we're sitting here and I'm like, what happens? Like, what do we do here if he is still here tomorrow? Like, what? I don't know what to think, because at this point, I'm ready for him to be moved, because I'm worried that if he sits out and he holds out, like, people are gonna be like, well, you got to trade him, so you have to get rid of him. So where are you gonna send him to?
If that happens, I will say this: I think that John Lynch is gone. John Lynch already had TV offers. I think if there's going to be a sacrificial lamb in this whole situation, if there ever is in that front office, it's going to be him. And I'm not trying to make drama. I'm just saying, if it got to the point where they decide, now I'm not saying he will, but if they retained him and he held out, nobody would blame but the entire front office. If it's Jed York behind anybody else, like, you made your bed and you sleep in it. And I'm just saying, like, and everybody's saying, oh, it's going to be fine. Josina Anderson texted out, oh, I talked to a league executive about his opinion. I'm like, who cares what some random league executive thinks about Kyle Shanahan's ability to have a relationship? Like,
we've seen multiple players tweet today that they think Deebo's going to get traded. What do they know? You know what I mean? Like, come on. It's all speculation. It's all speculation. Rad. Okay. So we need an outsider perspective here on this Deebo situation. If you are the 49ers, based off of what you heard, Deebo's dug in. He's willing to sit out. He will not play for the 49ers. Would you trade him tonight, or would you try to see if you can work it out over the next few months?
I'm gonna move him. From what he's been saying, I'm getting rid of the kid. Wasn't the Jets offering a 10 and 38, was it?
Well, 10 and 38 is speculation, yeah.
If that's what it is, he's on a Greyhound to New York.
Like, he's signing Jets jerseys tomorrow at the draft.
10 and 38, like, y'all can grab another receiver. I mean, I wouldn't go at 10, but you can come back at 38, get you another receiver to replace him, and get you a nice solid piece at the 10th pick. I think it's a no-brainer. And I'm a Deebo fan since he's came in the NFL, but if the guy doesn't want to be there, then okay, let's get you up out of there.
Well, Raz, like the guy in the comment just said you can't keep a disgruntled player, and I've heard other people say, well, you know what? Hey, if he stays, he doesn't have any choice. And I'm like, yeah, you know what?
Nah.
Isn't it a beautiful situation? We start the Trey Lance era, bring a guy who doesn't want to be here, have it toxic, have it be about him, have a young quarterback basically feel like he's trying to be a leader, but then have that guy upstage 2 years in a row of a guy that others didn't want to, like, or like that didn't want to be here, vice versa. It's just, I mean, do we have to do this for 2 consecutive years?
That's terrible. I would move him for that 10th and 38th in a heartbeat.
100%.
In a heartbeat.
Miliano says a literal Greyhound. What was that? What, Nate?
And the Niners just have really frustrated me because they just continue to fumble every situation they put in for, like, good things to happen, right? Like, every
Oh, hold on. You're muted. All right, you're good.
Don't y'all need a safety corner?
Yeah,
y'all can get something nice with that 10th pick. Get George Karlaftis to be sitting there. Jermaine Johnson.
Oh, I
wouldn't
don't
grab
want
no safety, but
Karlofsky. No, listen, if it's Karlofsky, no, thank you.
I wouldn't grab any safety besides Hamilton with that 10th pick.
Yeah, of course, me too.
I'm not drafting a receiver that high, but I mean, I would ship him. Oh, pick is in for the Jets. I think Jets got to go Kayvon right here.
Either that or Johnson.
It's Sauce Gardner.
They took Sauce.
Yeah,
They took Sauce. Oh,
Yeah.
You got it. Hey, you got it right, Nate.
ha.
Okay.
You're muted. You're muted.
Here's what I'm saying.
yeah.
I'm saying. Now there was talks. I know the Niners like Jameson Williams. I do know that. Okay. But Thibodeau, Johnson, Jameson. I'm saying if you're talking about a player you're willing to go up for. Now, granted, though, the Jets, they went corner. But that also lets those edge guys slip a little bit. Giants are in the market. Okay, but they have 5 and 7. Then you get the Falcons. Then you get the Seahawks. What are they going to? I'm not going to predict, but I think that in a perfect world, if they were really wanting to move on and be at 10, if you had 3 guys in Jameson Williams, Jermaine Johnson, and Kayvon Thibodeau that were in that range, that has to make them happier.
Jeez. Spoiling picks. Hey, he gets. I don't know how you're getting him first. The stream is also, by the way, on about a 10-12 second delay. That's
do you not
really,
want me to
really
spoil
weird.
picks anymore?
No, but we have to. I mean, guys, that's the thing. Like, we're not gonna go at this pace of NFL Network. I mean,
yeah, we're going at our pace here. I don't know where he's
moving slow.
how he's pulling him, what he's doing.
They don't
but
want me saying the
he's
picks
got it.
anymore. I'll stop doing it. I'll just.
I'm not gonna stop.
Okay, here's what we'll do. We'll announce it. Here, no. Here's what we do.
I'm not gonna stop.
No. Here's what we're gonna do. All we're gonna do is say, hey, pick is in. If you don't want to hear, turn your volume down, and then we'll go that route.
And then we won't. And then you have to put the volume down when we're talking about it for the next 5 minutes too.
Yeah. but then you can tune back in for about a 2-minute thing, and then you can go back that way.
Yeah, right.
Nah, we're gonna give them to you. If we got them, we're gonna give them to you. I'm sorry, it's the way that it goes.
100%.
So we got it. Like,
I mean,
part of the draft party. We get it.
Just have it.
So that's 2 cornerbacks back to back. Boom, boom.
Well, I'm going to say this.
Yeah.
Kyle Posey just said Stingley is already the best cornerback in the AFC South. Will probably be a top 10. I mean, he was high on him, but I mean, it's interesting. I mean, there's a lot of guys that believe that he was CB1. I got to credit the Texans for taking a roll of the dice on a guy who didn't have the production or looked like he was like dialed in, but scout the prospect, not the production. You're a shitty team. Might as well go for roll the dice.
Hey, he's got elite traits though.
Yeah, exactly.
Elite traits.
Exactly.
Well, let's give our predictions here before this next one gets in.
Wasn't the best.
Giants, are they going to go cross? Are they going to go Ecom? Are they going to go somewhere else? Let's go round table real quick.
I thought they would.
I think Evan Neal.
I thought they would have gone. I thought they would have gone with Sauce if he was there, and now the corners are gone. I think they can get a tackle down there.
I think they're going Neal.
I think it's going to be Ekwonu or Thibodeau. No, excuse me. Ekwonu or Johnson.
Okay. Any guesses, Nate, on who you think?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
I think it's going to be Kwame
Neal or Cross.
Neal is a good one. I think Neal's probably the best one I've heard.
I'm thinking Neal or Cross.
I'm thinking, Neal would make sense. It's just, man, like the Giants are so stupid. They do so many stupid things. The Giants are so stupid.
What's up, Marco? They so stupid. They are stupid. You're right. You hit that on the head.
I mean, they're just stupid. Like they took Daniel Jones when nobody was like, I want Daniel Jones to be my quarterback, and they took him in like the top 15. They're so stupid. Like they'll be like,
they are.
Oh, they're taking Neal here, and then they'll take some dumb tackle we've never heard of.
Yeah, I feel it.
I wanted Sauce, man. Sauce is.
Hey,
Marco's here, baby.
Marco, I hate to ask you this, and maybe you can't do it. I'm worried about the ESPN stream playing behind you and it being live on the channel.
Oh yeah, you're good. You're good.
All right.
You're good.
I
forgot about YouTube and all that stuff, like how they like do all that.
Yeah, there we go. See, Jason just called it out. Yes, I think we could. So there we go.
Wait,
we'll take it away.
I forgot about all that, like the legal stuff.
You have a YouTube channel. You would think you'd be good. Yeah, this is great. Yeah, the Giants are stupid. I'm gonna go with Cross. I don't know why. I just got a weird feeling they're gonna go Cross.
I mean, Cross is the best tackle on the board. I mean, he's my offensive tackle one. If you're really looking to get a guy who has the most upside, and if we look at the way the draft's going, like they're not drafting best player available. They're drafting players with the most upside. Cross has the most upside, so it makes the most sense if they're going to continue the way the draft is going to take most upside, which is Cross or Ikwanwu. So those are the two guys that are going to go. But I think it's going to be Cross based on what they like to do, what the Bills like to do. So it'll make sense for the Bills regimen in New York to go Cross.
I think that they know that the Panthers are looking at OT. I think that might they got 7 right there. I think if they want to go for an edge guy like in Johnson and Thibodeau, one of them will be there. I think tackle's the pick. I think it's Ikwanwu.
Thibodeau falling like this is so wild to me. Like, if I was the 49ers and I even had a chance to trade to 10 and Thibodeau was there, I'd take him in an instant. Because you imagine that dude with Nick Bosa would be just insane.
Manny, thank you for sticking with us, man. We appreciate the hell out of you. Yeah, that's what 49ers Breakdown said Thibodeau falling is mind-boggling. But
It's
we heard
insane.
about this. We heard about this as a possibility. This actually, to me, is not that shocking. You know, I don't know. I'm not sure. That I heard that he might slip barely out of the top 10 even, which is crazy when you think about a week ago. But today it's free fall.
Here's my bold prediction for Seattle. I think the surprise pick that I'd heard a couple rumblings about, Penning from University of Northern Iowa. We got it.
I want the Seahawks to take someone stupid, like someone who's just like really like. I think that would make this stream the best because anytime the Seahawks do something stupid, it's hilarious. Because I can just laugh at all the people in Seattle who was like, "Oh my god, they have such a great GM. Don't you remember the Legion of Boom?" And it's like, okay, what have they done since then? Absolutely nothing.
I love it. Rad, did you give your pick for this one? Who you think's going to the Giants?
I have it by the way.
I said Evan Neal or Cross.
Thibodeau.
I have the pick. It's Thibodeau.
Oh,
there it is. There it is.
Thibodeau. Okay.
All right. Well, there's that. There's
New York,
that pass
New York.
rusher.
New York.
There's that
New
pass
York.
rusher. Okay. So we got Thibodeau. Your hat's gonna keep doing that, by the way, Marco, because it's picking up that green screen.
Oh yeah,
color.
I'm trying to turn it off. I don't know what I'm doing over here. I'm just messing around.
All right, so Thibodeau's gone. Johnson's the best pass rusher left, right? Are we agree?
He's a dog.
Yeah, easily.
Okay.
He's a dog.
So we got Johnson left. We still haven't seen a quarterback taken, which no surprise there. We've seen 2 corners taken.
These picks go faster than they have in the past.
None of the offensive linemen have been taken, right?
No, not one.
That's crazy. Okay. All right. So pick 6. This is where people start to get a little leery. Do they go quarterback? We've heard that. I don't think so, especially with all the best offensive linemen still on the board. I think they go EK. What do you guys think?
Charles Cross.
You think Cross?
Yeah. Is that volume? That volume, you might get in trouble.
Yeah, you're right.
Marco, are you an op? What is going
Breaking
on?
all these rules.
Marco's an op. He's here to get us taken off camera.
gosh.
That's all right. It's cool.
This has got to be lined to protect Jimmy Garoppolo, right? That's what this pick is. It's lined to protect Jimmy Garoppolo.
This is for Jimmy Garoppolo. Hey, if they don't go quarterback here, really, Jimmy Garoppolo could be in play once he gets healthy. So we're rooting for no quarterback right now. That is a real thing for 49er fans.
I mean, I'm rooting for no quarterback. Well, we're going to root for quarterbacks later on, of course. But no, yeah, we're rooting for no quarterback early. Except for the Seahawks. I want to see them pick someone in mid so I can laugh at them.
Yeah, I feel it.
If Jermaine Johnson is there at 10, do you think the Jets would take him and just avoid a wide receiver altogether? Like, that's the thing is, like, they're so adamant on a wide receiver if they're trading for Deebo, right? Like, I don't know.
You're muted, Marco. You're muted.
even at that point, like if the Jets do want to make that trade for Deebo, right? They could package their second rounders, 35, 38. They have a third rounder plus a future pick, and they could still get Deebo. So like everyone's saying Deebo at 10 is a must, but in reality, Deebo at pick 10 isn't necessarily what's going to happen. Like we look at the president trades that have gone down, Tyreek Hill and Devontae Adams. Pick 10 is outrageous for Deebo Samuel. I don't care what anyone says how good Deebo Samuel is. It's just outrageous for a player of Deebo Samuel's caliber when you have to pay him that much money. But I really do think the Panthers go Malik Willis. Like I don't understand. I don't think they could sit a year with Sam Darnold, especially if Matt Rule wants to have another year after this year. You blame your bad season on a rookie quarterback.
I hear you, man, but I just think that, and you know me, I'm all about upside picks, and if they're the number. And the thing is, if Willis doesn't pan out, they could always, if he looks really bad, they could do the Josh Rosen, Kyler Murray thing next year. I get that. I still think that Matt Rule. I feel like that buzz about Cross is real. I think they're going to go tackle here and then make a play.
Kayvon looks spiffy.
I got EK going here. All right, everybody get their picks in. Who they think?
Carolina's going Devin Lloyd.
That's your pick?
Yep.
Dang, really?
Off the wall.
Off the wall. You would too. You would go
off the wall.
God, that would be crazy if they went with Lloyd. I mean, I have Lloyd going like late teens probably. So, all right.
To the Ravens.
Yeah, and I thought it was going to be 4 edges off the board right away, but the fact that it's gone 5 defensive players in a row, I don't think that was the corners were going to go in the top 10. I didn't think that they necessarily go both in the top 5, but this is interesting.
Yeah, right. Peter's checking in. He says Thibodeau to the Giants. They're not trying to protect nobody. Yeah, that's true.
Well, they have
a second pick. They have pick 7.
They have the 7th pick. Yeah,
so they do, but it's funny because they didn't pick up Daniel Jones' 5th-year option. And they're like, it's whatever. If he gets broken in half, it doesn't matter.
I think we're going to run on tackle.
It is smart actually to go Thibodeau there because all 3 top offensive linemen are there, so you're guaranteed to get your choice.
Rich Cimini just tweeted out the Jets' decision came down to Gardner and Iquanu. Those were the 2 highest guys on their board at 4. Probably some relief from Mekhi Becton. And he's pretty. I think Cimini's one of those guys that's been reliable with the Jets, and that's why I kind of kept it up with Deebo. I think he's one of those guys that did not poo-poo that from completely not happening. So
interesting. Yeah, I mean that's just it, guys. The Giants do have pick 7 as well. And they're going to have their choice between at least 2 offensive linemen, possibly 3, depending on what.
Michael Lombardi says the Panthers pick is in and not a QB.
Oh,
uh-oh.
All right. God, I hope Malik Willis goes to Seattle. I swear.
It's going to be so funny. It's going to be the funniest thing ever.
Charles Cross. I
think Malik Willis is very worthy of the 9th overall pick.
I like Malik Willis, but it would be a Seattle thing to do here. Like
they're so far
you have
off.
So many things, and yeah, I don't know. Unless they're sold on Malik.
I don't know.
They're just Seattle so far. A Seattle thing to do is taking Desmond Ridder at 9.
Oh my God, that would be hilarious. Now, maybe that might be my new favorite scenario. I'm going to delete that tweet and change it to him. My God, that would be the funniest thing ever.
Ghost Rider Marco.
Well, I think
I'm going to tag you in it, Marco, right now. That's hilarious.
What this shows, though, the Panthers going with probably an offensive tackle here is that not going QB. They don't have a pick until 137. Is that this clearly puts them in a position where it's going to be that Baker Jimmy kind of thing going on. And I think that really actually bodes well for the Niners having one more team out there that's looking to you don't think so, Marco? I think
not
that
that's all, man.
I'm not saying I know. I'm saying that's a candidate.
No, I'm saying like the reason why I think is going to happen is Carolina is tied to Sam Darnold's contract. Like that's a pretty decent sized contract, man. Like they're not going to take on another $26 million with Jimmy G. If anything, they're going to play it out with. They're going to play it out with.
Is it a Cuomo?
Wow,
Icky.
It's a Cuomo.
Yeah, Icky. All right.
I thought Charles Cross was I think Charles Cross is the best offensive tackle in the draft.
Well, he's probably going to go to the Giants. I had Cross mocked to the Giants, Icky mocked to Carolina, and since Thibodeau went past the Jets, I mean, I got to imagine that Cross still goes to the Giants, which there you go. I had Stingley going to the Giants with their 7th pick, so that didn't pan out whatsoever.
We think that the Giants, then if they took an OT, I said, I know it's probably not going to happen, but what's their receiver room looking like right now?
For who? Giants?
Yeah, Kenny Galladay, who's been couldn't stay.
Yeah,
on the field.
they drafted what's his name from Florida last year. That
They got Kadarius Tony, Galladay, Slayton.
They talking about moving Kadarius.
Sterling Shepard. They got a plethora of receivers. He just needs to be protected and not turn the ball over. But Danny Jones is buns, bro. Like,
he's better. Yeah, he's better. Hey, don't disrespect Danny Jones when you have Jared Goff, bro. Like,
hey, I trust Goffle, baby. You know what I'm saying? I'm taking Goffle over Danny Jones any day of the week.
He said in Goffle we trust.
Not saying Goffle's a killer, but you know, it is what it is. That's my guy. We're gonna get pieces around him, and he's gonna lead us to the promised land. Damn it!
If Seattle took Hamilton. Somebody says Seattle Hamilton. If they took Hamilton, that would be weird because you've already got, you know, saying that'd be weird.
They want two safeties that could rush the passer. That's what it is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that would just be a weird thing to do, but okay. Twisted Clown says Pete Carroll chewing his gum hard for Willis. Could you imagine?
I'm gonna still say, man, my pick is pending. My pick is pending from you and I for Seattle. I'm saying Seattle does. Yes. I'm gonna if I get that right, guys. Can we get a parlay? Can we get like a over? I mean, honestly,
dude, if you get that right, this thing's over.
Plus 1,200.
It is nasty, yo. Got a little mean streak to him.
And Penny, he's kind of clunky, but he's actually a pretty good athlete. Weirdly, he tested well.
Yeah, he's solid.
I don't think it's a good pick, but
it would be so funny if they did that.
If they do it,
hilarious.
Yeah.
They're going offensive line, right? We all agree. Giants offensive line, Cross probably.
Yeah.
I'm going with. What do you think, Marco?
He thinks Cross.
That's what I. Hey, I got the first 2 picks right, so that's all that matters.
This draft is all over the place. I'll say this. I got them wrong, but if they go with Cross, the first 7 players I got right, at least, just out of order. I'll take that as a feather in my cap.
I think the Giants are going Kyle Hamilton.
Oh, I like it.
I think that'd be an overdraft.
I have to get somebody, a dog on that first level and somebody that's a dog on the third level.
Honestly, what's interesting about...
I know they need some offensive line, but they got a lot of pieces around Danny Jones. Like, you got to have to make something shake, bro. And we need Barkley to stay healthy. Well, I don't need him. I don't care what the Mount will do, but...
I'll tell you, if a quarterback isn't taken by pick 9, it could be a while.
I said that.
Say that. Yeah, it'll be a while.
I think
one of those drafts.
We would see. I think a team
unless somebody trades up,
taking at 9, someone's trading up to 10 to get him. If the Jets don't make that move for Deebo, then I think that's a very serious situation. That quarterback needy team like Pitt could trade up to 10.
That's what I said, man. I think Desmond Ritter's the first quarterback taken. I'm going to stick with it.
He said if the Niners don't get a first rounder tonight, anyone know what good movies are out at Blockbuster? It's a good comment. That's a good comment. I like it.
My thing is that was one of the best scenarios we could have, right? Was the fact that they didn't they didn't take a quarterback, didn't reach for a quarterback, which makes me think like when they get to their chance, like the quarterbacks will be gone and they're going to have to trade for Jimmy and we get like a 3rd, 4th round pick and it works out. And like, could you imagine if while Deebo's still here and we're still worried about that situation, at least Jimmy's gone? Like how much relief would you feel where you're just like, oh my God, handsome Jimmy is finally gone. We don't have to think about him ever again. He's finally gone. It's like when Frodo puts the ring in Mount Doom and he says it's over, it'll feel like that. Like it'll be the most like the best relief you've ever felt in your entire life all at once when he's just you can be like, oh, he's a Panther. Oh God, he's finally gone. Like I cannot even fathom how good it'll feel when it happens. It'll be the
Marco's beside himself over there. He's like, it's not happening.
It's funny because like Nate hates Jimmy so bad. It's like I honestly at this point, I would low key would rather have Deebo traded than Jimmy, only because and I know that's very wild to say because Deebo is a great player, but like the negative vibe, like the way he's gone about it, it's kind of like
David's got the pick. What is it?
No, I'm just giving a Marco the thumbs.
Oh, I thought you were like, I got the pick. I got the pick.
No,
I don't know what
It's
to
like
do
a
with
slap
my
in the
hands.
face.
Sorry.
It's like a slap in the face to like the fan base and like the organization in a sense. Like I'm better than you, and you do what I say. You do as I say, and it's like I feel like for me, at least Jimmy has gone about it. Like Jimmy could have been a very an asshole quarterback. Could have been like, "F you guys," and he was very like, "Hey, this is what happened with me. Like this is everything." So it's very interesting.
God. Yeah, no, we're way past that, Sunil. If you didn't know, actually this stream is telling people picks before your TVs are, which is crazy. I don't know. I still don't know how that's happening, but it's hilarious.
Twitter is.
Do we have any idea?
There's a specific person you follow on Twitter to get.
No, I know, but no, any idea who the pick is what I'm asking. I feel like it's been forever.
It's Cross. It's got to be, right?
Well, yeah, we think so, but like
you want me to actually like he hasn't posted it yet.
No.
It's Evan Neal.
No, you want the pick.
Yeah, like where are we at? I feel like it's been forever. Like this one's been kind of lingering for a little bit, yeah.
Did you get it?
There it is. ESPN said the pick is in now.
Do you have it? I don't have it yet.
Where's it at?
It didn't pop.
My guess is Evan Neal.
Oh. I think that, by the way, the suits tonight, the suits are the best I've ever seen. Ikwanu, I believe Ikwanu's from Nigeria. He's got the whole flag scheme up. It's like Kayvon Thibodeau came in with like.
Oh, I got it. You want to know?
Kayvon was looking spiffy.
Yeah, who is it?
Oh, wait. Never mind.
Okay. Deebo is still a Niner. Yes, he's still a Niner.
Evan Neal.
Oh, you got it.
There it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mine refreshed weird. Yours refreshed faster than mine did. I had it.
I got Ari Myrov. He's pretty quick.
I mean, I was just
okay. Mine just refreshed. Evan Neal. Yep. Good job. Okay.
Yeah, Deebo is still a Niner, and we are a couple picks away from 10. So big drama moment.
Here we go.
So
and the Seattle Seahawks are almost up too.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the Falcons with everybody thought receiver, and then there's also quarterback possibility here too, right? If there's going to be, this is the first spot where I didn't think Carolina would go QB. So like, is this the first spot where you could see that trade up, anything for anybody? There were rumors that teams wanted to get in the top 10. Rumors that Houston wanted to get in the top 10 again if a player fell. So this is where I'm kind of looking for to see that movement. If I'm Atlanta, you got so many holes in that team, and there's somebody wanting to trade up in the top 10, I'd be like, sign me up. But
yeah,
I see Atlanta going receiver.
Who is it though? Is it Jameson?
I think it's Garrett Wilson.
I had mocked corner there before, but the corners went so high. So yeah, at this point, if they don't go quarterback, I don't want to go chalk, but I'm going to go with Garrett Wilson too.
Garrett Wilson to replace what's his name to replace the
Ridley's gone, and Pitt.
Yeah.
They need to help out Kyle Pitts. I see receiver.
They have so many holes.
Malik Willis. Atlanta's going to shake this draft up and go Malik Willis.
That's who I have mocked is Malik Willis. So
insane.
But that
I have
doesn't
Malik mocked.
that doesn't hashtag fit my narrative, and that's my narrative is that quarterbacks are sliding and Ritter's the first quarterback. So I'm gonna keep selling that. And
Doesn't fit my narrative.
and plus 1,200 that Matt Penning goes number 9.
Oh my god,
you're ridiculous. Oh my gosh. All right, I haven't heard nothing on Deebo at all. Literally nothing. One way or another.
Sounds like he's gonna be here, and they're gonna have to figure it out.
Hey, guys!
Something crazy happens.
Like Marco said, number 10 is like also not the only place that this happens. And again, as reports came out today that were corroborating other people that had said it, and that it could come down to on the clock. Call me when, it's like, I'm not going to believe I'm not trying to speak it into existence. I just think that people need to understand that 10 isn't the only spot this could happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Neil wants to know if anybody commented on my 90 boy band starter kit outfit. No, nobody has yet. You have, though. You just did.
Wait, you posted.
Oh, Johnson's still there.
I gotta go check.
What did you do? You posted your outfit for the day?
I don't know what he's talking about. I think he's just talking about what I'm wearing now.
I honestly lost track of Jermaine Johnson there for a second.
Yeah, Jermaine Johnson. I forgot he's there, right? He's still there.
Yeah.
The disrespect.
I love him. And I was like,
no, you don't. You
maybe that's Seattle. Maybe that's where Seattle goes.
Hey,
you think Seattle could go Jermaine Johnson?
No, Matt Penning. Pay up for Trayvon Walker, by the way.
Oh my God.
I will. I'll send that over. I'll send you that $10.
Yeah, it is in the group chat, Marco. I'm just letting you know.
That was the stupidest move I've seen by any team possible. Like at least the Lions, when they traded for Jared Goff, like they got like some good picks back for it and everything. Like, so that wasn't as stupid. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Christ. All right. Here's a question for us.
Why did the Lions have to come into the conversation?
Just because Jared Goff, just because the trade,
there was no need for that. You know what I mean? No need. We got 2 first-round picks and a top-tier quarterback and a top-tier elite quarterback in Jared Goff.
He's better than Jimmy Garoppolo. I mean, I would.
100% he's better than Jimmy Buns. Yeah, he's better than Jimmy Buns.
No, Jared Goff's better than Jimmy Garoppolo. That's a conversation I'm ready to have. Jared Goff.
That's like real talk. Like Jared Goff is better than Jimmy G.
He's always been better than Jimmy G.
No, he hasn't.
But Goff was just average too.
He's good at throwing crossing route at people's feet. That's what he's great at.
I gotta admit, man,
he's still better than Jimmy G.
No,
guys.
This is where your hate becomes like a little too real.
No, come on. You really think that Jared Goff is not as good as Jimmy Garoppolo? Come on.
He's not. He's better. Not as good. He's better than Jimmy.
Jared Goff is better than Jimmy Garoppolo.
I watched a lot of Lions games living in the Midwest, even though I have I don't know, man. Hey, I'm a big proponent of the Lions, but bro, like Jared Goff was one of the hardest quarterbacks for me to watch last year.
Well, let's ask yourself a question, though. Let's be honest.
He really didn't have much around him.
If Jimmy Garoppolo was in that situation last year in Detroit, do you think it would have been any different?
Drake London.
It would have been better.
Drake London?
Yeah.
Wow.
I knew receiver, just didn't know which one.
Yo, Drake just made so much money. Apparently, my girlfriend had told me he put a bet that Drake London would be the first wide receiver off the board.
He did, $200K. He bet $200K.
Yeah.
I just seen that.
On himself?
No, he put $200K that Drake London would be the first receiver taken.
Who did?
Wow.
Drake.
Champagne Poppy.
Yeah, he made a bet on himself being picked. Oh, Drake
made a bet on Drake London would be the first.
All right, there we go. Okay.
Roscoe's is going nuts right now.
Yeah, he is.
Oh God, he's gonna be incorrigible. He is gonna be incorrigible. So you got London and Pitts.
Right, that's some length at the receiver.
That's crazy.
I actually like London more than other people did. I'm not like gaga over him, but I actually liked him more than I thought I would. I also think like
London was a savage. He could do it all. Inside, outside, jet sweeps. I was a fan of Drake London.
They got Pitts.
I wanted the Lions to land him, but
I know, but
I would have probably, I don't know. I just don't like taking receivers that high. So I'm not going to be a fan of it regardless. If you're not Calvin Johnson, no.
Lone Wolf says, Jesse, why would the 49ers want to keep a guy that doesn't want to play for him? It's so dumb. Everybody here agrees. Yeah, let's give this guy a clap for sure. No doubt about it, man. No doubt about it. And actually, I wanted to answer this other question. I never got to it. Hugh says, Jesse and fam, thanks for the great content. Deebo gets traded. How do we compensate for his production? I'm worried they might use Trade too much in the run game for off script. Marco, what are your thoughts on that?
So if you replace the production of Deebo Samuel, you don't find a guy who is Deebo Samuel's clone. You go for a guy who's actually opposite. You go for a guy who's a great route runner who could get the yak from their explosiveness, and you're not trying to provide 1,600 receiving yards from a receiver in one player. So you're going to have a guy like Jawan Jennings who, instead of having 300 yards, is going to probably have 600 to 700 yards because he's very capable of doing so. You have a rookie go for 700 yards, and you have Brandon Ayuk get 12 to 1,300 yards, which is an increase about 400 yards from what he had last year. And then you're going to have your running backs go for more yards than what they did the year before and not have receivers run the ball. So I think it would be a very different scenery of receivers because you're going to have that route running specialist. And the way Trey Lance has played his first 2 games and in college, he spreads the ball around so often that you're not going to really see the drop off in production because you're going to have George Kittle go for 1,300 yards most likely, Brandon Ayuk go for 1,200, and then a couple other guys go for 600 and 700 yards.
And I'm with you. I don't understand why 49ers fans I love Deebo Samuel's production. I don't understand why everybody thinks that if you take Deebo Samuel off the team, you have to replace him with the equivalent right away. And that the Niners offense can't, and I know the offense was 4 times more efficient. It's good. The offense is going to be apples to oranges, and not completely, but like the quarterback play is going to be a factor. And the fact is, when you get capital that can bring guys in, and by the way, Jawan Jennings, I'm not expecting him to be a all-pro quarterback or a Pro Bowl guy, but he's an ascending guy who's a glue guy, a possession receiver, a big slot. They've got guys that can make it work. You got Eli Mitchell. They're going to draft another running back. They're going to bring pieces in. I just don't agree with bringing in this temperamental situation into that could be really toxic when you're trying to bring in your second-year quarterback. This is really his first year of being the guy. Like, I don't know if that's the way that you want to bring it in. And if Deebo really is as convicted as he says he is, as communicated, I feel like the Niners' stubbornness here can bite them in the ass. I really do.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think we talked about who we think Seattle's taking, and we're about to find out here. Probably
Matt Penning.
Oh my God, it's gonna be probably Cross. I think.
Wouldn't that be funny if they finally drafted a legit offensive lineman as soon as Wilson leaves? I feel like that's pretty fitting, but I'm going to go Willis. I think they're going to go Malik.
I feel like
go ahead, man.
I feel like they're about to lose, the tackle they've had with Russell Wilson's tenure, the one they got from the Texans all those years ago. And I feel like, if you're doing a full-on rebuild, going tackle is smart here.
If you're doing a full-on rebuild, going quarterback smart, go Malik Willis. So this is the way I think. So this is the way I would draft if I was a GM, right? And I would explain to my owner that, hey, look, I understand that
Charles Cross.
You're going to most likely
Charles Cross.
It's Cross.
It was Cross.
That's hilarious. I would have gone Malik Willis only because
I thought so too.
Because quarterback's the most important position, right? Like that's that franchise player that you need no matter what. And if you don't have that guy on your roster, you better be drafting every year, especially if you're drafting this high and no quarterback has gone on the board. Like take the gamble.
It's Deebo watch. It's number 10.
Deebo. We're officially on Deebo watch. Hold on a second. Let's get this changed over. Deebo watch.
Deebo watch.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you know what? Detroit to take him for the 32nd pick.
Officially Deebo watch 2022 right now. We got
32nd. I'll give that up.
Where did you get Cross from? I still don't have Cross on the guy who I
Dov Kleinman, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's actually pretty impressive.
How funny is that? I just wanted can we laugh at the fact that this team had one of the best quarterbacks I've ever watched in my entire life, and literally never spent a first round pick on a tackle. And he goes to Denver, and they're like, "All right, Drew, we're gonna protect you. Here we go. We're gonna draft a tackle for you." Like, what are they doing?
They did Jermaine Ifedi, I think. He was kind of a guard.
What a joke! The Seahawks are so funny. Like, how happy are you to have the Seahawks in your division? It's the best thing ever. They're an absolute joke. They play in a city where all it does is rain. It's the best. It's the best.
He's going ape shit.
You don't know Nate, do you? You don't know Nate, do you?
I love it, man.
No, he's never met Nate.
They had the best quarterback. It's all facts though. Like they never wanted to protect the guy, and then he leaves, and they go get a line. That'll be dumb as hell.
Hilarious. It is the
That'll be
funniest
dumb.
thing I've ever seen.
For Drew Lock. And I like Drew Lock. I don't think he's buns, but you did have a dangerous. He's not.
So,
I think Drew Lock has potential to be solid.
So Neil brings up a good point here. Who is the player of the Niners? We think it would probably be Johnson and Williams, right? Like, and they're both there.
Johnson, William, and Wilson.
Yeah. Or even Hamilton, which I doubt, but maybe. But I feel like the guys that we would want there are there. So I don't know.
But the thing
Chris
is, though,
Olave is the best receiver left.
Here's the question.
I love Olave.
I could see it.
It's been
I
a
love
while since
Olave.
a trade has happened that I remember. If a trade happens, does it reset the clock? How does that work?
No, it does not.
No.
Now
They got
I believe it. I believe it does not.
my buddy Brian is watching. He is a Vikings fan, and he wants you all to know that the Seahawks have won a Super Bowl more recently. LOL.
That's funny. They still traded away one of the greatest quarterbacks I've ever watched in my entire life.
To which I say, Brian, if you are listening, read between the lines, brother. It's been 28 long years.
Hey, well, listen, that's fine.
Come on, Seattle. Get this pick in, bro.
No, it's already done, Brad. We already got it.
And it is.
Charles Cross.
It was Charles Cross.
They took Cross, huh?
That's why we were laughing. Yeah. Where were you at?
Oh, I thought he was just saying if.
No. They took him. No. They took him.
Cross?
Yeah.
That's disrespect. I see
that's
why you just went ape shit now.
That's why we got Deebo
God,
Watch
it's
2022
hilarious.
down below.
That is stupid. That ain't stupid, but it's just like it's disrespectful.
It's the Seahawks. It's funny. They're stupid. Their GM sucks. He's sucked for years. But for some reason, the Seahawks fans think he's good. He's awful. He's never done anything outside the Legion of Boom, but he keeps getting money because he drafted this amazing defense 8 years ago.
Golly. I love it, Nate. I love the energy, man. This is hilarious. You're so right, though, man. Here's what you need to know about Nate. If you guys don't know Nate, and Rad, I know you've never met Nate, but Nate used to work in Seattle in radio, sports radio. So he's a Niner fan who had to endure sports radio, working in sports radio for Seattle. And so now he's back in California. He hates Seattle with a passion. I mean, we all do, but
I do too. Jets are going Kyle Hamilton.
Hamilton? No, I think they're gonna go
my
Johnson.
God. I just had a Seahawks fan tweet me, I'm gonna start watching soccer. Go Hawks. Oh my God, this team drives people to drink more than the Niners drive us to drink.
49ers breakdown says Nate's going Gilbert Godfrey on us. Rest in peace, Gilbert Godfrey. Yeah, he is. He definitely is.
What seems very clear is that it definitely is not Deebo at number 10. Let's put it that way.
No, definitely not. But Jermaine Johnson's got to be the guy.
Well, if they don't draft receiver here, it's gonna keep the conversation going with the Jets. You know that.
It's got to be Jameson Williams, right?
I think it's Jermaine Johnson or Jameson Williams.
Yeah. Jameson makes a lot of. I mean, if they don't get Deebo,
why not Chris Olave? People sleeping on Chris Olave.
The thing about Chris Olave that I like him. I think he's really great route runner. The thing that does concern me is that there's really no yak to his game. I think things have to be really. It makes me feel like he's more of a possession receiver in the league, even though with his speed. And I think that I worry about his size and his inability to kind of be tougher after the catch. That's my one concern. But
he's bigger than Jameson. Jameson's $160 soaking wet.
Jameson gets way more yards after the catch and better step. I mean, it's just like that's the thing. It's like what Jameson also has better acceleration and a different gear and speed. If he would have ran the combine, he probably would have ran 4.24, 4.25.
Jason says, "Hey Nate, glad to see you on your feet. Last time I saw you was with Danny in Seattle faithful party in 2020.
Oh my God.
It is Garrett Wilson.
Garrett Wilson, huh? Wow. So they went receiver, but not who we thought. That's kind of interesting.
So that pretty much, to me, takes them.
Ends the Deebo thing. Yeah, Jets are done.
No, it ends the Jets thing.
Ends the no.
Jets Marco says no. What are you saying, Marco?
For example, so just because you take a receiver doesn't mean you're out of the Deebo thing, right? Because, like, for example, if the 49ers really like Garrett Wilson and so do the Jets, they could still work out a trade. Hey, all right, you're sending me Garrett Wilson. We're sending you Deebo plus whatever. Like, they could hash out a deal. I don't think Deebo's going to be moved. I think the 49ers are going to play hardball. I think Jed York is involved, and Jed York is not allowing the 49ers front office to do what they're supposed to do. I think that's really what has came down to, and the 49ers front office saying, you know what, all right, we'll stand pat and see what's going on, because a player who doesn't want to be with your team, you should not be keeping him.
Yep. So hold on.
When Marco speaks, people should listen.
Yeah. I want to ask you this. So why do you because we saw the report that the 49ers were dug in on not moving him. So why do you say Jed York specifically? Like, what? I mean, you went straight to the top there, the 49ers, and you said Jed York is dug in. Why is that?
Because as a front office, when you know a player doesn't want to play for you, and you know their agent and they're requesting a trade and all that, you kind of have to address the elephant in the room, right? You have to address that he wants to be moved. And when you're doing that, you have to go to the top. You have to have a legit explanation to the owner, especially a guy who, like Deebo Samuel, is a very marketable player to the fan base and to the NFL, right? So you have to have a good explanation to your owner, an explanation of why you are moving Deebo Samuel. And in this case, I think Jed York is putting his foot down and saying there's no way you could possibly move Deebo Samuel because of what he did last year for picks, with the possibility of not even getting a receiver at that spot that you want. For example, if Niners would have traded for pick 10, there was no guarantee that Garrett Wilson or Jama would be on the board. So that, like, you have to, like, have that situation. And I think at the end of the day, I do think it was Jed York calling the shots, saying, I have not been involved with football operations, but this is one that I will get involved with.
Marco, what do you say to this comment here? Texas Niner says, I think Deebo hasn't told us specifically he doesn't want to be a Niner. What is your thought on that?
I mean, he hasn't told us. I mean, if we look at what Jeff Darlington reported, right? He came out and said he spoke to Deebo Samuel, and he publicly said Deebo Samuel wants out. Deebo Samuel then denies everything that Ian Rappaport and Adam Schefter has said. He never denied what Jeff Darlington said, and he goes on to social media and starts liking everything saying Deebo requested a trade. And that's him letting the fan base know, yeah, I did, but I'm not going to come out and I'm not going to go out on record, on public, say, hey, I've requested a trade. I've already did that through the media.
Well, and it came out from 3 different sources, 2 within the 49ers media and 1 outside the 49ers media within the last 24 hours that Deebo still does not want to be a Niner. That's as of in the last 24 hours. So, yeah, I mean, Deebo's not going to do that. He's just not. Unless this thing gets really ugly, he's sitting out, like, then maybe he'll go to those lengths. But Deebo's told us. Like, Deebo hasn't refuted that report. Deebo has told us. Like, he's just done it through the media, unfortunately. So
check this out. Ian Rappaport.
And that's the thing. But here's the thing, Texas Niner.
Wait, what?
Okay, go ahead.
Ian Rappaport says at number 10, the Jets select their speed receiver, grabbing OSU Garrett Wilson. This was the pick they offered to the 49ers in a package for Deebo Samuel. They use it for a receiver instead.
And let me tell you something. All those people said, oh, there's no offers out there. And we try to tell you that was fabricated. So basically you're hearing is the Niners had picks. They had an offer that included a first-round pick. And at least they've turned down this one from the Jets. There are other teams out there that we knew that were interested. The bottom line is that I think what Marco is what I feared is that, and while I said my gut felt like I would hope they do the right thing, and it's still out there, the fear is the Niners will be that their stubbornness is going to come out, and I don't think this is the right way to do business. And I'm not sky is falling. I don't think it's impossible. I just don't think it's a good move. I think it's 2 consecutive years of moves that are they're head scratchers to me.
Holy shit! The Commanders just traded to 11.
Oh,
They're the 11th pick, man.
oh,
what?
yeah.
Oh no, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. The Commanders traded to the Saints. I'm sorry, my bad. I read it wrong.
Okay, I
The
was like,
Saints
whoa.
traded to 11. The Saints
Well,
are
they
trading
traded
to
to-
11.
So they're going, they're going Jameson Williams, right?
Sorry, my
They're
bad.
jumping. They're making sure. No, I think they're. I don't think they're going
Quarterback?
Jameson. If you're trading up from
Quarterback.
yeah, they're going quarterback.
Yeah, you're
My bad.
right.
I missed
Because
that.
they already traded up. You're right. They're right. Texas Snyder says media heads are always saying they know it all. They don't. Okay. Again, you had a guy specifically say he spoke to Deebo. This wasn't I spoke to his agent. I've heard through a source. I spoke to Deebo. Deebo told me he wants out. Deebo never refuted that. He refuted other people's information. He never refuted Darlington,
Hold
who
up.
said he specifically spoke to Deebo. So
Is he saying Texas Niners saying that people are making
He's-
stuff up?
he was saying that Deebo never specifically said he wanted out. I don't know.
Do you see what Trey
Trey
Lance
Lance
just commented
tweeted
on Tony Jefferson's tweet he had earlier?
What?
What did he say?
He said, "Stop it, Tony."
I mean, listen, obviously the Niner players want him there. And the Niners want him there. Like nobody wanted it to be like this. It just is. You know,
I think it was just
sucks,
approached the
but it
wrong
is.
way.
You what?
I think it was just approached the wrong way. Like I think you didn't have to. He didn't have to go out to like the media and say I want out, unless he really does. I mean, I really do think he does. But it's just you didn't have to go about it that way. You could have been very. We're gonna negotiate a hard contract, and that's how it is. I'm gonna show up to camp, but I'm not gonna practice, kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, so Saints are on the clock. What quarterback goes to the Saints here?
It's Malik Willis, right? It has to be.
Yeah.
It has to be.
Jason Apani says Deebo isn't leaving, huh? Question mark. Because I thought he told me that he was last night, but yeah. Oh, looking at some of these other ones too. Well, that's interesting. Yeah. What was the question?
Well, he did. He came into space last night and said that he had heard that Deebo was on the move. So I don't know.
Yeah, I thought he'd be too. I don't think it's necessarily that he's not. Like I thought, and I don't think he's wrong on that necessarily. But yeah,
I don't know. Quarterback. Who's the quarterback? Is it Malik? Is it?
Holy shit!
and
Can you
they're getting 16, 98, and 120.
I just saw that. That's what I was
16, 98, and 120.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be the third round and a fourth round. Late third.
How many spots was that to move up?
5.
That's 5 spots. Wow.
I mean that's pretty standard in the draft to move up that and only give up a third, and then they
What do
got
they
a
need to
fourth.
get ahead of?
Yeah. Texas, this was given to Nate, and we said we were like joking with it. We're like, okay, it's trolling. He did. He said he was on a plane, but
He was on a plane.
he is on a plane, but he's going to Vegas. He's got a
Yeah, to
signing
Vegas.
tomorrow in Vegas. We said that.
he was on
Yeah.
a
I don't.
plane.
I'm not trying. Listen, Texas. I'm not. Let me hold on a second. I'm not trying to do a back and forth. Like it's cool. Like you don't think Deebo's mad or he wants. That's fine. Like you don't have to believe what's being reported. That's like it's well within your right. Like that's totally fine. We just believe it differently. Like we'll just leave it at that. I don't. You know what I mean? I don't want to turn it into a huge back and forth. We have our opinions. You have yours. You're entitled to it. It looks like Deebo's staying at least for now, and that's awesome. I mean, at the end of the day, we're all Niner fans. Like I think we all know what Deebo brings to the table. I think the worry now does become though, if Deebo isn't traded at any point during this draft, and the Jets were the most likely slot.
Yeah, and
how dug in is he?
It's
right?
clear that Jeff Darlington would like completely fabricate a tweet about how a player came directly to him and basically paraphrase, if not completely quote, what he said. I mean, that's very much in the realm of possibility, right?
I'm with you, David. I think it's pretty clear that, but I don't know. We don't know, right?
Taking Chris Olave.
What?
Oh, they traded up for Chris Olave?
No way.
I like Chris Olave, but I mean, come on. If you only give up, I'm not gonna.
What?
No
this is-
way.
This one, what this is? This is keeping your receiver Terry McLaurin happy.
No,
That's
this
what
is the
it's about.
Saints.
No, this is the Saints.
Oh shit!
The Saints
It's
traded up with
Saints.
Washington.
Earlier,
Wow.
I heard
They
someone say
double.
the
They
Command-
traded. Hold on a sec. Whoa, what?
The Saints moved up 5 spots to give up a third and a fourth for a guy that may have been. And now, granted, they must have really liked him. So if you got a guy, I just think that's a lot of capital to give up for a guy who is not even.
Maybe
a
they
top
thought
20 guy
Minnesota
on
was
my
going to
board.
take him though. Minnesota needs a wide receiver, right? Like it's just. Oh no, they don't. They don't. They have Thielen. and
I'm
Jefferson. I don't know
I'm-
why.
Check this out. Hey,
I'm shocked. Jamison Williams is not. I'm sorry. This is weird.
That's
Wow.
crazy.
That's 3 receivers. Go ahead, Marco.
Professor Lecty, can I speak?
No.
Yeah.
So, I tweeted yesterday or earlier today. The Philadelphia Eagles are still very in play for Deebo Samuel, right? So let me explain why. Okay, we have 3 of the top receivers off the board already. We have Drake London, Olave, and Garrett Wilson. If Jamo goes off the board right now to like Houston or Baltimore, Philly's going to be left with like the fourth or fifth, the fifth best receiver. They might package a good package for Deebo Samuel. So for everyone who's saying, "Oh, Deebo staying,"
The Lions have traded up
not
to 12.
necessarily, because Philly was always
The Lions just traded up to 12.
Yeah, the
Who?
Lions just traded up to 12.
Here comes your quarterback.
The Lions just traded to 12.
Wait.
Where's Rad?
His daughter was he's got his daughter, so he had to hop off for a minute. Yeah, we talked about what Deebo tweeted. He said stop it to Jefferson. We unless there's something else, we definitely did see that.
They
Oh, no,
traded
no,
him
hold
in the division.
And my buddy Brian was saying he really hoped the Vikings traded down. There's no package that I'm seeing yet, but I think it's
Wow.
smart by the Vikings. Or excuse me, wait a minute. To 32 then.
The Lions
must have-
traded from 32 to 12, so that's
It's
gotta
gonna
be
be
something.
it's gonna be 32 and 34 plus maybe something else.
It's got to be a quarterback.
It
You
has
know,
to be a
Joe
quarterback. What else?
Jamo.
Yeah, well, come on. I mean, we just saw what the Saints traded before the draft to get those spots. Then they just traded up again. They gave up a lot to get Olave.
They
Like-
still have another pick too.
I know, but how much did they trade to do this? I mean, ultimately they traded.
I'm assuming to get to 12. You're probably looking at 32, 34, and they might have thrown in like a 4th rounder or a
And
future
what's
pick.
crazy is they jumped Houston, who earlier it was reported that Houston was in on Jimmy Garoppolo. What if Houston was really in on like Malik Willis or you know
That's
what I mean?
Bad organization, man.
But I'd heard that Houston wanted to get up into the top 10, and maybe they tried, which is odd that Seattle would draft. I mean, who I like Cross,
Wow.
but
That's a bad. If Houston was in on a quarterback, that's a bad organization because they've got so many needs, and quarterback is not that bad for them.
could this be for Jamison Williams?
It could be, but I think it's got to be a quarterback. You don't trade that far.
I'm
up.
just saying the Eagles, like Marco had said, I know, but I just got done saying I think Jamison Williams, if healthy, is maybe the number 1 guy on my board. We thought they were interested in Deebo. I'm just saying, like
They
it's
sent
not-
32, 34, 66 for 12 and 46.
That sounds like a
12 and
quarterback.
what?
They sent 32, 34, and 66 for 12 and 46.
That's actually not that bad.
Well, no, but the Vikings gave up 46.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's not bad for the Lions. That's actually a
No,
good trade.
that's
They came.
Yeah, I agree. And I think
They
the
came.
Lions-
They moved up 20 spots and still ended up with another second rounder out of it. That's not
I
bad.
disagree. Yeah, I don't. I mean, they basically what the Vikings did is they moved from 46 to 34.
Wow.
No, excuse me. I can't.
Yeah, Vikings went from 12 to 32, and then from
32,
46 to 34, and then
And-
picked up 66. They didn't get a big haul actually.
They probably won it on draft points, but it's probably like I don't know.
That's
you
it.
gotta
That's an
remember.
interesting one.
You got to remember the Vikings GM. He is he's one of those analytics dudes. I want to say money baller, but he's
He's a money baller.
yeah. So this is one of those things where for a team like that, I don't think it's horrible. 32 and 34 is not a bad place to be in this draft. And honestly, right now, they might have that belief that, like, you know what, at this point,
People think it's Jamison Williams.
Jamison Williams. Just announced.
Is it?
Holy shit, it's Jamison Williams.
Didn't I say Jamison?
Yep,
said
I just said
when they traded up.
I just said there too,
Wow.
like, beware for that, because honestly, the more I looked at it, I felt like he was, again, I would have had no problem. I put him to the top of my rankings. I think he's the top 2 player in this class. And the fact that the Lions, boy, they really believe in Goff, which is really pathetic because
No, they don't. No. So check this out. Because they still have 45, right? They picked up pick 45. They could still move up for Desmond Ridder in the second if he's there.
Wow.
Like they're not necessarily, and this is where I think Philly's probably pissed off, and Philly might be on the phone with the 49ers because the receiver class now at what is it, 15 and 18 is no longer going to be what everyone thought it was going to be. No one thought there was going to be a run on receivers in the last 5 picks.
Now you're looking
And the
at
Ravens are going. The Ravens are going to go wide receiver here, right?
Not necessarily.
Who now? Treylon Burks, like the Packers, the Chiefs, all these teams are screwed now.
Watson?
Every single one of them.
Well, let's just be
Christian
patient
Watson.
here, because they still have guys like, I hear what you're saying. I still believe in a lot of these receivers. I'll tell you this. I like Treylon Burks. I like Sky Moore a lot. I actually like them more than a couple of these guys that were drafted ahead of them. I think there's some good receivers still left in this draft. But like
For sure. But once Treylon's gone and Sky's gone, I mean, they could be gone before 22, and then Green Bay the Chiefs get neither.
George Pickens, Jahan Dotson, Christian Watson. These are all guys.
I feel like that's early for all those guys, though. Like, I think so.
I don't necessarily. I mean, I'm not as high on Christian Watson. Marco knows this as others. I don't dislike him at all. I think George Pickens had some off-field weird immaturity concerns, but he's my number 2 guy. He's my number 2 receiver in the class. I like George Pickens.
Move up to number 13.
Oh, there you go. That's going.
Well.
Eagles just moved up to 13, huh?
Yep.
Texans.
Treylon Burks most likely, or who do they get?
Oh, yeah.
Christian Watson.
Got to be wide receiver, right?
Got to be a wide receiver. Yeah, of course. I would imagine, but who knows? I mean, we just watched
Sky Moore, I bet.
Okay, here's what's interesting. So just to throw this back, just to get it back to the Deebo thing just for a second. So we heard rumors that the Lions were in, the Jets were in. Like, those are 2 teams that were reported repeatedly. We just saw what the Lions were basically willing to give up for Deebo, which was what, 32, 34, and 60 something.
We don't know that. They could have given up a future pick too.
Well, no, at the very least is what I'm saying. Right?
Yep.
Like, that's the very least. And we know probably now the Jets taking a receiver, they were willing to give up 10, possibly something else. So we basically kind of know what the offers were low key from these teams, you know? So
the Philadelphia Eagles gave up 15, 124, 162, and 166.
That's nothing. I mean, that's just
Eagles.
because they only went up a couple spots.
Eagles could be putting together a good package for the 49ers right now for Deebo Samuel if they really wanted to.
Yep.
By moving to 13 now?
Yeah, I think it's unlikely. I think this is a sign that the 49ers are
because
they're dug in.
They're dug in. Jed York has done his thing.
You still have Jermaine Johnson on the board.
That's true.
That's crazy. Yeah, Jermaine Johnson's still there. That's nuts. Dang, who's going to get Jermaine Johnson? We thought one of these edge rushers would fall. I thought it would be Thibodeau. I didn't think it would be.
The thing with Houston, though, is this deal. It makes sense. It's only 15 to 13, right, guys? They only moved up 2 spots, but they gave up. I mean, that is the Houston fleeced them because, I mean, just to move down 2 spots, they've got holes all over the roster, and to pick up 3 other picks in a pretty deep draft with parity in those middle rounds. No, seriously, you move down 2 spots and pick up 3 extra picks. They must like whoever they're looking for.
Yeah. No.
I forgot that. I was thinking that they were moving up from further than that. They only moved up 2 spots, and they get 4 picks. That's wild.
That's safety.
Yeah, Jamison Williams is never going to get the ball downfield because Jared Goff can't throw deep.
I honestly, I know that your guy was on here. I don't understand what Detroit's doing at quarterback right now.
Desmond Ridder at 30 or whatever, going to trade back up into the first and get
40 something. Yeah.
trade back up from 46. Yeah,
might as well.
Without any.
Probably
When you're a
can.
trash franchise, you got to do stupid stuff.
Desmond Ridder to the Saints. Desmond Ridder to the Saints. That's my pick.
Dang, that's
Wow.
I can't believe two teams just mortgaged a lot to get
The wide receivers.
wide receivers. That's wide receiver really is kind of. I mean, you look at the way that they're getting paid. You look at what they're getting traded for. Wide receiver really is starting to turn into that like next prime position.
Do you guys
Kind of
think,
crazy.
Quick question. My bad to cut you off. Do you think Philly jumped Baltimore to get Jermaine Johnson? Because like Houston wasn't going to take Jermaine Johnson, were they? Like
I thought Baltimore was going to look for a guy like Jordan Davis or Devontae Wyatt or something like that. So, I who knows?
It's tough to say. I mean, I thought that I thought that maybe they would go wide receiver, but they have quite a few things to fill over there in Baltimore. So I don't know.
Wow.
Jordan Davis to the Eagles.
What I say? Do you look at Jordan? I thought the Ravens would go Jordan Davis. That's who I mocked him tonight.
So then you think they were getting in front of them, obviously, to go. Wow.
Yep.
I think I had Davis going to. Maybe it was the Ravens. Ravens, Chargers. Chargers are in that wheelhouse. One of those teams. Man, that's crazy. Okay. Damn. Well, I mean, at this point, we pretty much know Deebo's staying. So Deebo watch is over. It's all over for Deebo watch.
Deebo watch ends. Our watch has ended.
Well, I'll tell you this, though. I mean, it's kind of nice that we don't have to worry about it tomorrow because we were worried about 35, 38, and plus a future first-round pick potentially. Now, I mean,
yeah,
they got their receiver at 10, so they're probably good to go there.
That's guys crazy. Hate these quarterbacks. It's kind of wild to me almost, like how much these guys are seemingly hate these quarterbacks. I mean, like we usually see one by now. Like in almost every class, we've always seen one. Like remember, Daniel Jones was like 12. And we're like, oh my God, Daniel Jones, really? That's the first quarterback off the board? And like, it's just wild that these teams really hate these quarterbacks.
Well,
Hamilton's still out there. This is a good point, guys. Hamilton's still out there too.
I thought Hamilton would slide. I think Derwin James slid years ago. I don't think Hamilton is close to Derwin James. I think Hamilton is a fine player. No, I know, Marco, you might disagree. I don't think Hamilton's I don't think he's as special as people said he was. What?
I agree with you.
Yeah. I think Hamilton is the most overrated player in this class. I honestly don't. I don't see it. I think he's going to have a lot of problems in recovery. I don't see, like, in range against Notre Dame and against the schedule they play. That's fine. I don't see it. I thought he was overblown, and I just don't. I didn't feel it with Malik. I didn't see it with James with Kyle Hamilton. I thought two of those guys would slide.
Niner Fanatic, you're on point with this one. Keep those safeties falling.
Oh man, Jameson Williams is like mean mugging, like he ain't happy.
Really?
Oh, he's mean mugging the reporter, like,
dude, he looked pissed.
He doesn't look happy at all. Like for a player to be drafted in the first round, he looks like frustrated.
Wow.
It's pretty wild to think that all these were, Justin Fields receivers. It's crazy how talented that those Ohio State teams that he played on were. You don't really think about it until you watch something like this where they go back to back to back to back, and you're just like, Fields might have had some of the best wide receiving core we've ever seen, and then you watch the Bears games and he has nothing, and it's just like, is this guy ever going to be what he was when he was at Ohio State? I just don't. I'm starting to think about it more. Because he was my guy last year. I loved him. But now I'm thinking about it more. I'm like, these wide receivers he had were just insane.
Yeah. Yeah. No, you're right about that. Yeah. Damn. Because he had, 3 in the top, 13? 13?
Yeah.
That's wild, bro.
Yeah,
How did Williams, are Wilson and Olave truly better than Williams? Like, do we think? Or
no.
why do we think that happened? No? Okay.
So
then what happened there?
I don't think so. I think that the other teams might have been afraid of his ACL injury and everything, like that potential, like what could have happened.
Jameson Williams was on Ohio State, right?
He was, and then he transferred to
I thought
to Alabama. But like, I don't think being on that shouldn't Those receivers are legit receivers. They have a deep receiver room. They even have 2 first-rounders coming out of the draft next year at Ohio State. That's like receiver you. If you're a good receiver, you go to Ohio State.
Yeah.
But I think the ACL injury might have pushed him a little bit below Olave and Garrett Wilson for a couple teams. I wasn't expecting Drake London to go that high, but I understand why. Like, he has the upside to be a legit receiver like that. So
Yeah, and I think Drake London. Look, I had him ranked before I moved Jameson Williams up. I still had Drake London as my. I think I moved him down to. The thing is, the guys are close. It's like 5 and 6. They really were about the same. You know, to have him in a deep class at 5 or 6 is not an indictment on Drake London. He doesn't have a lot of twitch, but he does get separation. He is really. I'm not even big about contested catch, but he's really good at adjusting in the air. He is a savvy receiver, and he's a better athlete than people give him credit for. And if Keaton Slovis wasn't his quarterback, they'd be getting to the ball a lot quicker. Slovis is not good, and he was slow on his reads. I think Drake London is going to be a really solid NFL receiver. I just don't know if I wouldn't have taken him at 8, but whatever.
I don't think I would have taken him first out of those receivers personally. I worry about when receivers can't get a ton of separation, like in the NFL. Like, I'm worried about that for him, right? He's going to have to constantly win on contested catches. That's not how I want my receivers to win, right? You can make a career out of that. I'm not saying you can't. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he gets a ton of separation, but I just feel like it's going to be tight for him in the NFL, and he's going to be playing like that constantly. So
yeah,
that's just my personal opinion.
And I can respect it. You know, I respect the Lions, by the way, for moving up for Jameson Williams. I guess if you want to try to win games, I also don't know if I think it's necessarily prudent. I think that you don't have a quarterback. I'm a firm believer that Jared Goff was. I mean, I watched a lot of Lions games last year. It was unbearable. It was absolutely unbearable. And if you're going to be competing for the number 1 pick, you got to remember you got a couple teams in Seattle and in Carolina and other. Like, there's no guarantee you're going to get up in that spot, be exactly where you want to be to get those guys that you want a quarterback next year. It's not like this class. So I don't know, man. I would have thrown more darts at the board and kept some of those picks if I were them. And if Jameson, again, he's not healthy yet. I have no problem. I know he's going to get back soon, but that's wild. That's a little wild to me. I know it's a long-term projection, but you do not have a quarterback. And when are you going to get the guy that's going to replace him now? You can't draft him at 34. At 46, who's it going to be? You really think you're going to get a guy there?
wow,
It's a little wild.
Hamilton
to
Baltimore.
Wow.
Oh, damn, really?
Mm-hmm.
So now the
So Hamilton's off now. Okay.
Texans are on the clock.
Okay, so we got the Texans. Hamilton's off the board. Who went before that? It was Lloyd, right? Who went to pick before
Lloyd.
Hamilton? Lloyd, right?
Jordan
Jameson
Davis.
what?
It's Jordan Davis. Jordan Davis. Okay. Okay. So Jermaine Johnson's still there.
How long till we see a quarterback go? It's kind of wild.
Dude, I don't know. Right? I mean, it's kind of wild because quarterbacks are so overvalued, and we didn't think. I mean, a lot of people said that these guys aren't worth first rounders.
But
did
the
we
NFL
really think they
tends
would
to
like this?
do stupid stuff. Like,
Right.
I keep bringing up
Right.
Daniel Jones because Daniel Jones was taken like it was like no one was going to pick Daniel Jones before that, and the Giants was like, we like Daniel Jones, we're going to take him, and like it's just like you're so stupid. Nobody wanted this guy.
Well, you know, I got this tweet from Ari. He said, when the draft process started, you would have been called crazy if you had Kyle Hamilton going at 14. And I like some of these tweets are so weird because the draft process, when does that start? Like December, January? Like this happens every, like we know, like, I don't think anybody in the last several weeks thought that was crazy, actually. I mean, I know it started, but I actually had Kyle Hamilton at 13 of the Texans. I don't know, man. We'll see how that works. I'm not saying it's a bad pick at all. I think he's a good player. I actually like Lewis Seen from Georgia more than I like Kyle Hamilton. And he might not even go in the first round.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's a good point. That's a really good point. So do we think Jermaine Johnson goes here?
To Houston?
Not going to be McDuffie, right? Because they already got their corner. Didn't they? Who'd they draft? They drafted a corner, right?
Yeah, it would be smart.
Jermaine?
Now it is Houston. They aren't smart.
Yeah.
Taking
Okay,
Stanley
so
taking Stanley was actually a pretty decent move.
Yes.
You
Oh,
think
it's a great.
over Sauce?
I use my cornerback one. Yeah, I think he's a little bit better than Sauce Gardner when it's all said and done.
Why is
Coming
Jermaine
into
Johnson?
the draft? Well,
Why is? Sorry, Marco.
Sauce might have a better career, but the better corner right now is Stingley.
Why is Jermaine Johnson falling? People are like, "Oh, he's 23." What? Like, look at the draft class this year. A lot of these dudes are 23. Like,
there's some like 25-year-olds in here. It's a kind of an older draft class.
It's a COVID year, right? Like that
Yeah.
before. So, to me, this would be an excellent pick for Houston to walk out with Stingley and Johnson when I thought they would draft Johnson at 3.
Yeah.
Or like,
Yeah.
and there was smoke of Johnson top 5 pick, but not too long ago. So like, to me, that's the best draft that you walk away. You won the first round.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's I mean, you got talk about building that defense. That's a good way to do it right there for sure. So they're not going to go quarter. They're not going to go corner. I mean, who else is it going to be? Okay, well, let me ask you this. What are your thoughts on Daxton Hill? Because you said you thought who'd you say was your best safety? Sign?
Well, I like Lewis Seen. I think that he's the guy that is, and I like a lot. I like some. I wasn't big on any Daxton Hill. I like. I don't see him being necessarily the athlete that I kind of like for instance, like Jimmy Ward. Jimmy Ward's an athlete, man. People don't know about that. Like Jimmy Ward's also savvy. I want a little bit more of an athlete there when I'm getting with range, and I think Daxton Hill's fine. Kyle Hamilton's. I think he's going to be a solid player, possibly. I don't think he's going to be an All-Pro. And if you're going to draft a safety in the first round, you better be damn sure he's an All-Pro.
All right, that's fair. But it's weird that you said him. What would you say, Marco?
Go.
No, I was just going to say that you had arguably, I mean, the consensus third best safety is your number one guy. So I like to hear it. I mean, that's that's outside the box thinking.
I'm not saying, and I'm not saying like I'm even. I like these safeties. I know Marco. We talk about like Jaquan Brisker, or I don't know what. I'm not as high on Brisker as some other people are, but I think that he's a solid guy. None of these guys are like, oh my god, I got to take him. Like I can understand. That's the thing. I had Seen as my guy, and I thought he would fall out of the first. So
yeah, that's fair.
I wouldn't have taken a safety in the first round. Tom
Bragg says that Seen is a free safety. We need a strong safety. Ward can play either.
This position, there is, Marco can talk about this. Like free safety, strong safety is not. It's not like the 1980s, 90s version. Like there's a lot of positionless ball. Like there's a lot of utility. There's a lot of different. Like I don't think
Texans are taking Kenyon Green,
guard,
tackle.
Guard.
He's a better. I don't think he's a tackle. He's a guard.
He's definitely a guard. That's a lot. That's pretty high to take him, but there was buzz about that guy. Definitely going to be a first round pick. No way he'd fall out. So
Texans doing Texans things.
But to be fair, Jesse, at this point, this draft has so much parity. At this point, this is where you're going to go and just go and like, is the 34th pick really that much different than the 20th pick? I don't think so.
Yeah. Yeah, all right. That's fair. Damn. Okay, so receiver wise, Treylon Burks is still there.
Sky Moore. Christian Watson.
Watson, Pickens, right?
Yep.
Pickens.
The
Eagles are trading up again.
Shut your mouth.
They really are.
What the hell? Okay. This is wild. Okay, it's funny because yesterday we heard that teams wanted to trade back, but there wasn't a lot of teams that wanted to trade up. But I feel like we've seen anything but at this point. We've seen a lot of trading up. This is kind of
there was a lot of teams that wanted to trade back, and those teams were willing to do it.
That's a good point.
That's the case here. I mean, the Eagles had the capital to be able to do this, right? Like they had multiple first round picks. If they didn't have the multiple first round picks, they wouldn't be able to move up like they are. And they're only moving up like, think about it. So Philadelphia's moving up one spot in front of the Chargers. The Chargers. So
for what though? What do we think they're moving up for?
Maybe another
They
wide
took
receiver.
receiver, right, already?
No, they took a tackle or defensive line.
Jordan Davis. They could go be.
Yeah,
they could be going receiver.
What's your best draft tracker out there, guys?
ESPN's way behind. So
Everybody.
Marquise Brown was just traded to the Arizona Cardinals.
What?
Hollywood was traded to the Cardinals.
For what?
Doesn't say. It literally just happened.
Wait,
are you kidding me?
You can see a
Marquise Hollywood Brown was just traded to the Cardinals. Field
and
Yates.
doesn't Baltimore pick later in the draft too?
45.
45.
No, in the first round. I thought they had
14. They just traded. They
No.
traded it.
They just
What?
drafted. They just drafted Kyle
Hamilton. Yeah, they drafted.
Oh my
Kyle
God,
Hamilton.
that is pick 23. Cardinals
They
had
have
pick
pick
23.
23.
Oh,
The Ravens now have pick 23.
Oh, Hollywood
So they
Brown for
traded
23.
Hollywood Brown in a third for 23.
So wait a minute, guys. Watch out.
Jared, any Deebo
would
news?
this
No,
be?
there's no Deebo news.
So hold up.
Wow, Hollywood Brown getting traded for Deebo as well.
Hollywood and Hopkins. Sheesh. You're taking the Deebo angle on this one, aren't you? Because they got rid of they're going to go receiver, right? You would think.
I have to.
I look. They were a team that was in the mix,
That's true. They were.
and all of a sudden you've got 23 and 45, 47. I'm
23,
not saying,
45.
Look, I firmly believe at this point the pattern shows the Niners are being stubborn. They're going to
For sure. Yes.
right?
Yeah, I agree.
But like, and so
The Commanders are taking Penn State Jahan Dotson at 16.
Oh, there
That's
we
a
go.
good pick.
Now, Marco liked Jahan Dotson a lot. I had him as my 8th guy, which isn't bad. This receiver class, people are like, why do you have this guy ranked number 9? I'm like, it's a good receiver class, guys. Like, that's pretty good,
Yeah, I mean, Sky Moore is still there. We've still got Christian Watson. We still got Pickens. We got Treylon Burks is still there. I know. This is crazy. This is a deep receiver class, and these guys are going to go early. But what's crazy is the 49ers, even if they keep Deebo, they need another receiver, in my opinion, right? To me, they have 3 legit actual starting receivers. To me, the guys that we were looking at, the Grays or the Thorntons and, round 4, round 5, those guys, that's not going to be a thing. These guys are going to be round 3 picks at this point. So, I don't know. I don't know what the hell the Niners do to get another receiver, but I feel like they do need one.
Well, I'll say this: that Cardinals trade, the Cardinals traded pick number 23 to the Ravens for Marquise Brown, and they got pick 100 back as well.
Yeah,
the Cardinals got Marquise Brown and 100.
Mm-hmm.
Because
and then the Ravens.
The only thing the Cardinals had to do was keep it 100.
Marquise Brown is only in his 4th year in the league, and he's got a 5th-year option. This is like
Cardinals are weird, man. That's
no, but like honestly, Marquise Brown's not a bad player, and like you got Brown and 100 for 23. Like I'm just saying, like I don't think it's a horrible trade. I think you could have got a receiver without having it, but you did get a pick back. If they like him enough and they want to pair him with D-Hop, and like I'm not saying that. Well, I'm not shit talking that.
Yeah, no, I mean.
It's not like they gave him a pick and something to get him.
Oh man, the best receiver on Baltimore is now Rashad Bateman, who was hurt all last year.
He was my wide receiver.
Deebo.
Oh my gosh, that would be crazy. After we finally all conceded, like, all right, it's over. Boom.
I don't think anybody. I don't know if. Hey, I didn't concede anything.
I conceded it. I did. I said Deebo watch was over. I took it off the screen. It's gone. And maybe that's what we need is, Deebo watch to not be on the screen for it to happen. Who cares? But I'm curious. So they've got if they're not trading for Deebo, which they're probably not, if that's the case, you would think they would still go receiver, right? Like you just lost your best receiver. You don't want to pay him. Okay, smart. By the way, 49ers, are you listening? He didn't even want out. And you could go with Burks, or I guess it depends on what Green Bay does at 22. Because we got to imagine
the Ravens have to be in the situation where they just went Bateman. I love Rashad Bateman. Marco knows how much I love him. It's one of my favorite articles I got to write was a write-up about him. I absolutely love Rashad Bateman. And who's he? I know we just said he's the only, but there are other people. Who is it? Who else is he in that? Who's in that stable? Are you seriously saying that the Ravens are just going to say we're going to go rookie?
I mean, I don't know.
You're really not going to give your quarterback who wants a mega contract. You're really not going to give him a weapon or like what is it? Do they really think Lamar Jackson is a better running back than quarterback at this point? Like, what?
I'll tell you what. Selfishly, if Deebo goes anywhere,
I want it to Baltimore.
I would have fun watching him with Lamar Jackson. That would be so fun to watch. Just as a football fan, him and Lamar would be so fun to watch.
Here's Mike Florio. And I can't believe I'm. Why would the Ravens trade Hollywood Brown for the number 23 pick when that selection is 9 away from being on the clock? Only explanation is it gives them time to shop that pick to the 49ers for Deebo. Now, I can't believe I just did that. I got to wash the stain. I have to wash it. I have to bathe myself now.
You're going to wear that. You're wearing that for the rest of your time on Twitter because this was live. You know that, right? Like this isn't recorded when he could edit
this on Twitter too?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh well, hey, guys. So, I just want to say I love Mike Florio. And Rob Guerrera, if you're out there.
2-hour and 15-minute mark. David decides to quote Mike Florio.
Hey,
was not expecting that on today's draft record. Like that's probably worse than the entire draft selection that have gone so far. Like
hey, don't listen to these other guys. Mike, if you're listening, look, I love you. I love all your agent connections. I love how you shit talk other players for negotiating their own contracts. You're my guy. You've always been my guy.
Oh man,
is that Hollywood Brown thing weird, or is it like okay? Yes. So I get it. He played with Kyler Murray.
Cool. Like think about it. Like fantasy wise, like there's so many receivers fantasy wise that are actually going to be legit now. Like
oh yeah,
like Marquise Brown with Kyler Murray, that's going to be legit. Like yes, I love it.
An opposite of Hopkins, by the way.
Well, and it also gives them his Jamar Chase. You know, that's the receiver he played with in college.
I think
that's true.
You go 23 and take Christian Watson, so the entire league has former receivers and quarterbacks together.
I know, right?
You know what I did? You know what I did? You know what I didn't realize? I didn't even put 2 and 2 together that Marquise Brown is reunited with Kyler Murray.
Yeah, that's what Nate was just saying. Yeah,
I know. I was just like in love with Mike Florio, and I totally,
David just forgets that Nate's here. You know, like Nate didn't just talk right now. You know,
I was looking at my tracker.
You're good.
You know, you're actually looking at Mike Florio stuff. It's all right.
Mike Florio only fan.
I just think it's wild they traded a first-round pick for him. Like, it's wild. Lamar Jackson said, "What the effing F, bro? We traded away Hollywood."
Yeah.
Oh, he's not happy.
That's how you work negotiations. That's taking the page from the Niners book, baby. Let's go.
No, he didn't say that. He
retweeted it. This is someone else he retweeted. You're right. I'm sorry. He didn't say that.
Okay. Which means he's not thanking it because he didn't say it, right? Is that the consensus?
Retweets are not endorsements. Yeah.
I just throwing that out there. Just to be clear. Oh man.
Hollywood's not worse than first though. Like, let's not get it twisted, right? Like,
I don't think he is, especially when he's got to be paid. He's got to be paid.
Well, this is funny because this man Kingsbury is so desperate about losing his job, he'll do anything, right? And
it's about me Hollywood. Check this out, guys. Well, you guys remember how people try saying like social media doesn't matter when players do stuff on social media? Like there's if a player scrubs his entire social media, that doesn't mean anything because it's just April or just the beginning of the year. Well, like Kyler Murray did that, right? So Kyler Murray is obviously frustrated with the Arizona Cardinals. Like he wants a contract. Yeah. He wants to be happy. How do you make a quarterback happy? You go get his best friend.
The Chargers are taking Zion Johnson
to make him happy.
The Chargers just took Zion Johnson.
That's
a great pick.
Great
That's
pick.
probably the best pick of the day, only because Justin Herbert gets to benefit from that.
Look what Chargers just did. They got the best guard of the draft this year. They got the best tackle. I had Rashawn Slater.
The Titans are trading A.J. Brown to the Eagles.
No freaking way.
The Titans
Are you
just traded
serious?
A.J. Brown to the Eagles. It's official, yes.
Oh, baby.
Oh, so draft day trades can happen. Some people told me that couldn't happen.
Oh.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah. A.J. Brown just got traded for pick 18.
Dude.
AJ Brown for what?
So, let's see the
Pick
compensation
18.
because the compensation
There's more
should be
to it.
similar to Deebo, right? Because if you look at it, AJ Brown is in my opinion, is a better receiver than Deebo Samuel. So let's see the comp, and then that's where you adjust everything. And if the Baltimore Ravens are really going to make a deal for Deebo Samuel, this is where the package is surrounded.
And all I got to say is this: if the Niners walk away from this and they think they're going to iron this all out after these guys made trades, I'm just saying a shoe has got to drop, guys. A shoe's got to drop.
Jesse, David, and Nate. Quick question for all three of you guys: Who reps AJ Brown? Who's his agent?
Corey
Same
Dandy.
agent as
Corey
agent
Danny's
as Deebo.
Deebo's.
Hey,
Yep.
So Deebo's agent, right? Everyone is saying that AJ Brown and Deebo Samuel are bluffing. Guess who didn't call the bluff and said, you know what? Let's get him out of there. We need the pick.
Wow.
Corey Dandy.
The freaking Titans.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're trading 18 overall and a third round pick for AJ Brown.
And that's a fair trade.
That is a fair trade.
Wait, hold on. Nate, say that capital back to me again, please.
18 overall and a third round pick for AJ Brown.
Okay, now look at this. All the Niner fans try to tell me that, oh, shit, we got to get two firsts or a first and a second and a third and a future first. What the hell? AJ Brown's a great receiver. And like Marco said, he might not have put the product like that. He had that. Look, AJ Brown's a really goddamn good receiver. And I am just I still get a little bit irritated with this idea that we think that you really think that AJ Brown can't put up a year if healthy that is right on par or more than receiving than Deebo Samuel? Are we really saying that that's absolutely outside the realm of possibility? And Titans, like Marco said, they said, you know what? We're not going to call his bluff. We're going to say we're going to move him and we're going to rip the Band-Aid off. We're moving on.
Give me 23 and do the Ravens still have 45?
Yes.
Give me 23 and 45.
Done. Xavier says, didn't Vrabel say that he wouldn't trade him while he was the coach?
Wow.
Wait, I thought. But Jesse.
But you got to believe everything they say, right?
I thought when you say you're not going to trade a player, like you'll never trade that player.
Well, hold on. Tony B says AJ's no Deebo. I'm going to push back there. AJ Brown is a dog. AJ Brown's been Marco's off the screen. AJ Brown's been a dog for the last 5 years of his life. AJ Brown was opposite of DK Metcalf in college and was the man, right? He was with DK and he was the man, not DK. Then he comes to the NFL and he's gone for 1,000 every year. Has he not?
Hey guys,
yeah, he pretty much has.
Have we not watched what AJ Brown did against the 49ers? He single-handedly beat them. Like, AJ Brown's
I think Jimmy Garoppolo single-handedly beat them.
Guys, I am going to push. Like, I love Deebo. Like, I was going to buy my 8-year-old son a 19 jersey. Okay. People getting this, like, we get this myopic, we get this view as fans of like, there's nobody else other than our guys. And that if you put up the certain level of stats and production, that there's no way that anybody else could ever be better or ever be like in a different context or different situation. AJ Brown is an absolute beast. And that is a great play by the Eagles. Okay.
And AJ Brown's 2 years younger than Deebo. Let's throw that into
a year.
Still.
He's 24. Deebo's 26.
No, he
might be turned 25 in a month. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. So a year plus. He's a year plus younger than Deebo.
The thing the Niners messed up by not taking pick 10 and another pick for Garrett Wilson. You could have had Garrett Wilson. You could have had whatever receiver you wanted, Jamo, whatever the guy it is. Because now if at 23, like let's say they do end up trading Deebo, because AJ Brown just got traded for a pick and a third. You could have had a legit receiver to plug in or a legit player there. Like it's crazy. And the thing
Unless
is,
they really do like Christian Watson, that pairing.
they might at 23, right? But the thing is Green Bay picks right before that Baltimore pick, so Green
Yeah.
Bay might take Watson or Burks.
Yep. And this is the thing.
Does Tennessee go receiver? My bad. But does Tennessee go receiver?
Well, my concern is this: did they set the market there and then say the Ravens? The bottom line is this, though. People can say about setting the market. The Ravens still need a receiver. So if you want Deebo, you could still say arguably that Deebo is more valuable than AJ because of the utility that Deebo brings. I still think that if they're going to make a deal, if it's going to be any team, I'll still say this guy. Now I know Marco, you said that couldn't happen. Well, not couldn't happen, but like LaFleur. But had heard rumblings from some other guys: Packers and Chiefs, Ravens. These are all three teams that need receiver. Okay. They're all three teams that could use some influx here. Now look, the thing: if it goes through the first round, looking down that murderer's row of teams that need receiver, and the Niners say no, that means that the Niners have dug in, and it's it.
I want to address this real quick. So, Eric, no, that's not what we're saying at all. Are you willing to bet your house that Garrett Wilson? No, that's not it. But what we're saying is a guy in AJ Brown who's in the exact same situation, by the way, as Deebo, with the same exact agent, also removed the Titans from his social media. They traded him. And the reason they traded him is because they know they can't work it out with him, right? It wasn't as public as Deebo, but they know with this agent and what he wants, they can't work it out with him. The 49ers are now in a situation with a player in the same exact situation, same agent, who has been way more bullish on wanting to leave, and they're going to try to force their hand and make Deebo stay against what he wants. It's a weird thing to do. I'm just saying, it's a weird thing to do.
The Titans are selecting Treylon Burks.
Treylon Burks. There
And
you
that's
go.
AJ Brown's clone.
Yep.
I don't think Green Bay goes receiver, do they? At 21?
They have to. Who's he throwing to? He's got to have one of the worst receiving cores in the NFL.
Who?
What did the Titans just do?
That's what I'm saying. That's what we were talking about. Yeah, they just drafted Treylon Burks.
I know that, but who is Tannehill throwing to anymore? Like
Treylon Burks. They just drafted him.
But that's a
know.
team that you're thinking is going. That's a team that has Super Bowl aspirations, and you just traded away the second best player on your offense, maybe even the first. If
I agree with you. I agree with you. I actually think Derrick Henry is a stud, but I think AJ Brown is a more. We've talked about valuable running backs and the value of running backs. I agree. I don't think that's. I like Treylon Burks a lot, but I thought they were needing a receiver on top of having AJ Brown.
right,
And so now you're sitting in a situation where they might have to double up again, which is fine. It's a deep class, but he wasn't happy, and they got rid of him.
I think we start seeing a run on these receivers because teams are trading up like
let me
crazy.
Let me throw this out there. So Green Bay still has 2 picks. Treylon Burks is now gone. What if Dandy's other receiver gets traded?
AJ Brown is getting 4 years, 4-year extension for $100 million, $57 million guaranteed.
And you know what?
Who's Dandy's other receiver? How much is it? Sorry.
AJ
McLaurin.
Brown gets 4 years, $100 million, $57 million guaranteed.
There you go. And Deebo's price just went up. Yep. What's up? You're on mute.
I got a message from a guy that I trust. Now,
all right, what's up?
This might not be. Hold on, guys. Talk amongst yourselves. I got to ask him if it's okay if I talk.
Okay, all right, yeah, go ahead. Okay, so who is Dandy's other guy that is also trying to get paid?
McLaurin.
Who?
McLaurin
Okay.
from the Commanders.
So what if he gets traded now?
They won't trade him. They'll keep him.
I'm just saying. What if now he gets traded to maybe Green Bay or something like that? You know what I mean? Like, that would be wild. I don't think McLaurin will, but if that happened, if McLaurin and AJ Brown go, I'm just saying that's a little.
Jesse, what's the point?
Hold on? Is it McLaurin or do they have DK?
DK, you're right. It's not.
You're
It
right.
is DK, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it is DK. Thank you. I was like, hold on, McLaurin doesn't sound right. What if DK gets traded to Green Bay, who has shown interest in DK?
Oh my god!
Now you've got DK and
I didn't
AJ
think
Brown
about
gone
that.
with the same agent in the same situation. I don't know. And I'm not saying that DK is going anywhere, but if DK goes somewhere, I don't know, man. That's
Jesse, what's the points for 35-38? Is that the same as 23 and 45?
so 35, 38, and 69 is I think pick 11.
So the Jets are still in it. If that's what's left, right? So
They would be, but they took a receiver at 10. I can't imagine that they would.
Yeah.
but what if Elijah Moore is part of the trade?
Yeah, I don't know.
If they took a receiver, if they give up more 35-38.
Yeah. Marco, you missed the conversation. McLaurin is not the other guy. It's DK.
DK.
And
Yeah.
DK to Green Bay has been talked about. So if DK now gets traded, and that's both of his guys, 2 of his 3 guys get traded, and Deebo doesn't, that would be absolutely crazy to me. Go ahead.
All right. I got permission to talk about this. Now, this is a guy I trust. It's not set in stone. Okay. So anybody's listening and you think I'm full of shit, that's fine. That's on you. Okay. This guy says, and now I'm just going to speak for myself here. He said, being told Ravens are working on deal for Deebo or trying to. Now, that's all. I can't speak for anybody else, but that's been corroborated elsewhere.
Oh, okay.
So
Here we go.
So no, I'm not. And my buddy Brian is telling me that I'm full of shit. my colleague, he's teaching middle school.
What's the second round pick? The Baltimore has 45.
I have to check on that.
They had 14 and 45. I gotta imagine they still have 45.
Saints got to go
that
quarterback here, right?
I would think. Yeah,
So-
what's up, Marco?
49ers are going to be looking to trade him because they're not going to match the AJ Brown contract. They're not going to do $25 million and $25 million average per year and $60 million guaranteed. That's the highest paid receiver.
The thing that's going to kill me is if they end up taking a worse deal at 23 instead of a deal they could have had at 10 and maybe picked up similar packages on top of that. And if that's the case,
Yeah, that would be crazy.
They could have traded back. Look at all these teams that traded up.
well, that I don't know about that. But you're right. There could
No,
have been
the 11th pick was traded. If they would have had the 10th, they could have traded back. So
Yeah,
they
could
would have
possibly, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I guess you have to play out all your options, right? So I mean, now it's probably even more pressure that they need to make the trade. But 23 and 45, I don't know.
I mean, at the very least, if Deebo stays, they really got to give in to those demands. Like, to me, they cannot go into next season without Deebo being paid. They cannot. Like, that's Deebo doesn't want to play on that. You don't want him to play on that. It's a crapshoot either way. You've got to pay Deebo now if you're keeping him. So, I don't know. Here we go. This is interesting. Tom says Baltimore has 23 and 45. That trade value is 12-10. 10th pick is 1,300. So basically, it's like the 11th pick, which is basically 35, 38, and 69, which was the original offer from the Jets for Tyreek Hill, and we thought would be the starting point for Deebo initially.
I would take 23 and 45 and say deuces. Let's do it.
At this point, after AJ Brown just got traded,
and take Christian
it,
Watson.
yes.
Yeah, you take Christian Watson.
Yeah, Burks is gone. I mean, unless you
The
want
Saints
like
are taking Iowa. Trevor Penning.
What happened?
Trevor Penning.
Oh, there you go. Hey, your guy finally went.
Hey, it's only 10 picks later, baby. Let's go.
No quarterback still is
Still
wild.
no quarterbacks.
I'm popping up on my third beer. Let's do this.
It's gonna be the Steelers, right? They got to go quarterback, I would think.
Malik Willis. They're in love with Malik Willis, and they didn't have to trade up. They didn't have to do anything to get Malik Willis. They literally are winning this draft by not having to trade up and get the quarterback they fell in love with. And I've heard they love Malik Willis and Desmond Ridder. So those are the two quarterbacks in play at 20.
Yeah.
Wait, so question. If the 49ers trade for the 23, who are they picking? You guys think a receiver?
No,
unless Jermaine Johnson's still there. Jermaine Johnson's still there. Guys, Jermaine Johnson is still there. And we'll see. The Packers could go Watson. They could go Sky Moore, Pickens. Who knows? Who knows? The Packers never take a receiver in the first round. They may not even go receiver, which would be crazy. Or again, they could be trading for DK for all we know. God, this draft has got real interesting.
I think you're probably right on that. I think it's going to be the Packers trade for.
But you know what this is? You know what this is saying is that a lot of smart teams are passing on this whole. You just saw Kansas City pass. You just saw Green Bay pass. I don't think Green Bay will trade. Why would they pay DK when they,
True.
Well, they were willing to pay Devontae Adams. Devontae just wanted to go.
Sure, but you're gonna pay. I don't know if they'll pay somebody that isn't in the system as much as they pay. Like, you know what I mean? So I think some of these receivers are going to maybe situations that might not be as good as the situation that they're in to get the money. And I think teams that are, maybe considered, smarter teams are like, we're not going to invest that much into receivers. Now it's going to be interesting what the 49ers do because they are considered one of those smart teams. So will they pay Deebo the type of money and keep him there? Or will they take the trade that, might be out there, get a first and a second, which, is it's going to be interesting. We got a few picks to find out, I guess.
And I said, guys, I thought at the beginning of the day, now we can all say we said, right? We got some picks wrong, but one of the big things I really felt that I did feel the quarterbacks would slide. And I missed on Ritter. I missed on Ritter to the Saints. but maybe he's still the first quarterback taken, my friends. So I'm just saying that this is not surprising. I think Malik Willis, it might be only one QB in the first, and maybe there's zero.
Hey,
zero quarterbacks would be
interesting.
Yeah.
You guys
What's
know
up, Marco?
the other receiver that was traded tonight? That Marquise Brown?
Yeah, what about it?
You guys want to know who he's repped by?
Who?
Is it Dandy?
Dandy.
Oh,
wow.
Are you serious?
100%.
I did not know that.
Do you think this Deebo thing was like a way to mess around, like, and get people to trade for his clients? Do you think there's part of that could be part of it? Like, is that even?
Well,
maybe Deebo's a blueprint.
I'll tell you this. I think Troy Dandy has elevated his profile more than any agent I've ever seen in a short period of time with Denzel Ward, with these guys getting their deals at the draft. This dude is like just raking it in right now. And I think other players are going to take notice and say, hey, this guy gets my shit done. And if I want to get something done, I can get it done. And I think that's why Deebo's going to dig in his heels. And I think the Niners better, like, if what I'm hearing from my guy about the Ravens, I do trust him. The Ravens are trying to make it work. They're trying to get it done with the Niners. If the Niners don't get it done, that's on them. That really shows that the Niners are going to be, they're convicted too.
Wow.
Do you think it's more realistic for the Niners to make a trade today or make a trade tomorrow?
They should do it
It's
now.
got to be today. It's today or not. It's not happening.
The reason why I'm saying is maybe they need to have a real discussion with Deebo. Hey, can this work out or not?
Kenny Pickett to the Steelers.
Wow.
The worst quarterback they could have possibly taken.
The what?
Kenny Pickett.
The what?
To the Steelers.
Marco, what'd you say?
Kenny Pickett to the Steelers. Wow.
Marco, what'd you
That's
say?
the worst quarterback they could have possibly taken.
Oh, 100% agree. I don't get it. I don't get it. Like,
That's crazy.
That's how bad teams stay bad. You draft a guy who's a plus backup possibly as a C. I don't get it. And the Steelers aren't good, guys. They're not a good team. They have good defense, like they're with that quarterback and that shitty offensive line.
Risky, baby.
I don't know if you could call the Steelers a bad team. They haven't had a losing season in ever.
I don't know, man. Like, did you watch that Lions Steelers game last year?
Yeah, but I mean, their down years are still winning seasons. Like, I would love to have a team that just never loses. You know what I mean? Like, they're in a tough division though, so they're in a division that has a lot of good quarterback play now. So it is going to be tough, but
I think they're right in the mix to be a top 10 pick next year. You can have a good defense all you want. The Niners have shown when they had Nick Mullins and CJ Beathard, they had a great defense. The team sucked, right? So it's like, I'm just saying, like, that team they can have some weapons. Ayuk, Kittle, right? Didn't matter, right? That team the offensive line is bad. It's cheeks. And to put a guy behind them that makes he is a slow release. He takes way too long to get rid of the ball. And little baby hands. I'm not.
This 49er thing is tripping me out because I don't know if the 49ers are that, what's it called, spontaneous.
I don't think they are.
usually-
They're super dug in.
Exactly. No, well, not just dug in, but I'm saying even when they make trades, it's very much like deliberate.
Oh, for
This
sure.
is going to
Like,
be
we know
something on the
right
move, right? They didn't know
Yeah.
Baltimore had a first rounder. They didn't know, all of these trades were going to happen or whatnot. So that's why I think that it's more realistic that the 49ers do the Jets trade tomorrow for their whole second round versus
Maybe something next year too, like a second rounder next year or something.
exactly, because I just don't know how, because all of this is unplanned, right? So now at this point, Lynch is already somebody who, doesn't make those type of spontaneous moves. I don't see it at this point. But I think you guys are right. I think they need to.
Well, I'll put it this way. I wouldn't be shocked if they don't get it done. That's why I said they're trying to get it done. They hope to get it done.
Is this? Can somebody corroborate this? He says Ian Rappaport says Deebo for 21 and a first next year.
Wait,
Who's
really?
21? Who's 21? Who is this guy? And who's 21?
I don't know.
They're 23rd, maybe.
21 is
23rd,
New
maybe?
England. 21 is New England. No one's saying that. It's
England.
not real. Not
Okay,
real.
no, that's not real. Okay.
Not real.
I gotta
kid.
I gotta give props to the Eagles, man. They're having a phenomenal.
They're willing and dealing, yeah.
They're having a
That's crazy.
phenomenal.
Well,
bringing
there's an
in-
opportunity there, right? Like to take over that division. The Cowboys aren't
Right.
that good.
Well, I mean, we heard that
If I'm the Eagles, I would go.
Philly was in on
But
Deebo. I mean, here we go.
Hurts kind of sucks. Like that's not a hot take, right? Like Hurts isn't very good.
No.
I don't think he sucks, but he's
Yeah.
just young. Like this is what his third year, so this is the year
He's got his guys now.
He gets to pop off or not.
Yeah, no. I mean, he has better receivers now, of course. So I mean, maybe AJ
I
Brown
don't
does
like
things better.
judging. I don't like judging second year quarterbacks and saying resounding decisions. Give them their third year and see what's up.
Yeah.
So he showed flashes. Hey, he's a beast. He could win fantasy with them for sure. But as far as NFL games to be determined, I think Philly likes him. They could have made all these moves for a quarterback. They chose not to. So they seem to want to run with him and just give him the tools, and I think that's smart.
Belichick's on the clock. What's he gonna do?
Jermaine
He go receiver?
Johnson.
I think the thing is,
Jermaine
though,
Johnson,
if
yeah.
AJ got
That's a build move.
Dude, that's a steal.
what you got
Jermaine Johnson, if they go Jermaine Johnson right here.
Yeah. So basically, my question is, if AJ Brown got 57 guaranteed, what's Deebo going to want? 60 to 65?
Well, I mean, if that's all guaranteed, we already seen a receiver get 70 guaranteed. So Debo's gonna want at least 65.
Green Bay's at 22. Frick, that's going to be Watson, isn't it? That sucks.
Yeah, maybe. Could be Sky Moore, but
Guys,
could
the
be
Niners.
something else.
The Niners, like at this point, they put themselves in a position. If they wanted to replace Deebo, they should have got up higher. And so that's one of those things where, you're just going to have to deal with this. I mean, if you're going to keep Deebo, that's why I think, like, I still feel like this is probably a sign, because my guys said they're trying to make it work. I don't know. It makes sense to do it. But again, I like Sky Moore too. I don't know if the Niners are really high on him. I don't have any info on that. Sky Moore and George Pickens are my two of my top 4 receivers in the draft, and I'm staying by it.
Yeah, and Pickett's still there.
What?
McDuffie to the Patriots.
McDuffie.
That's a corner.
Corner
Yeah,
for
that makes sense. They just lost their corner. That's okay.
What
All
if
right.
Malik Willis
Actually, no,
gets
they're
drafted
trading
by the
back. They're
Packers?
trading back. Sorry. There was two reporters reported completely different things. One reporter said McDuffie. One said they're trading back. So
Who are they trading
Okay.
with? You know who?
Kansas City. Kansas City's
Ooh.
trying to get one of these receivers. I bet you.
yeah, it's funny because everyone. So there's like 3 reporters who literally tweeted McDuffie. They just deleted their tweets, and then Ian
Rappaport
Rappaport
just
says
said they're trading
Patriots are
back.
trading back.
Interesting.
Huh.
Okay.
These reporters
be-
got to get it together.
Malik Willis?
Who'd they trade back with though?
It doesn't say. I find it. I'm looking everywhere. Just says they traded back. It doesn't say who though.
Because
This
initially it
news
said
is-
Trent Duffy,
so
Trent
annoying.
McDuffie.
News
Yes,
like this is so
Deebo-
annoying the way it falls.
Debo probably did land in Vegas 30 minutes ago.
Breaking,
He's
the
got a
49ers
time
are. Oh, never mind.
Come
Yeah,
on.
you got bamboozled.
I got bamboozled. It's probably someone who follows me too. Fucking.
You got me
Yeah,
all excited.
everyone's saying McDuffie, but then there's people saying that it's a trade back.
My question is this: why are people saying that? I'm seeing this on the Twitter, like, "Oh, we can't trade for late first because there's no receiver worth taking." Then don't take a receiver.
Yeah, Jermaine Johnson's still there.
Take some good players, like I said, Lewis Seen is.
Chiefs are on the clock. I knew it. Chiefs.
It's the Chiefs, so it's Watson.
Christian
Or
Watson.
it's Sky Moore. It's
They
Christian
jumped in
Watson or
front of
Sky
Green
Moore.
Bay to take a receiver. I love it.
The Chiefs. The fact that I think it's Pickens.
You think? Pickens is more. I mean, I don't know.
telling you,
I feel like
I
they
like
want to
on the
Werner.
clock. Yeah,
I-
it says the Chiefs are on the clock. You're right. It's got to be wide receiver, right? They just lost
Has to
Tyreek
be.
Hill.
Yes, that's
Has
why
to
they
be.
traded up. Has to be. Unless they like Jermaine Johnson. I mean, if
They need an edge rusher.
they need an edge. That's what I'm saying. You pair him with Frank Clark. That's I mean, you got to trust Mahomes with. It's not like he's got terrible pieces. He's got Kelsey. He's got Juju. They've got Valdez-Scantling. I mean, not the best, but like this is arguably the best quarterback in the league. You got to trust him to be able to put points up. Jermaine Johnson right now would be an absolute steal at 21.
I think the Chiefs. I think you're right. I keep forgetting about Jermaine Johnson, even
Yeah.
though we're thinking receiver, and he's a guy that was a top 10 player, a top 7 player on my board. I don't understand this. I don't.
Yeah, I don't know how he's still there. So
What about guys like Arnold Ebiketie and Boy? I mean, these guys are good edge
all
rushers.
these guys are falling. This is good. Again, for the
What?
49ers, if the 49ers stay at 61, the safeties are getting pushed back. The edges, I mean, everything, even interior offensive center, everything is being pushed back that the 49ers want.
Yeah, but those guys that are premium are, I mean, they're still going to get a good player there, but we'll see what happens.
I know the top of the top is gone, but the further they keep going back, at 61, you've got you could look at a center, you could look at an edge, or you could look at a safety. And if the top guys are being pushed back, that means everybody's getting pushed back a little bit. So this is good for the 49ers. This is actually falling very well.
There's going to be a lot of good talent there in the second round for them, especially if they end up picking up some picks.
Chiefs
So
are
who's-
taking Trent McDuffie.
Wow.
Hold up,
Corner.
guys.
Oh, so they took Trent McDuffie. They took the corner.
They moved up from 29 and gave up 8 spots, and they gave up a late 94 to pick up for the Niners, and then 121. So they gave up a third and a fourth to move up 8 spots. They still have their first round pick. They must have really liked McDuffie. I mocked McDuffie to them at 30, but I mean, okay, they like him.
I mean, they did just lose their best corner, so that
Yeah.
makes sense.
Yep. They want to make sure they get him. And it's not you know what? When you're the team like the Chiefs, I like that. I like giving up third and fourth round picks when you've got a guy like Mahomes to get the guy that you need. And a corner is going to fall off. The talent, in my estimation, does fall off in this draft at corner.
Khalil, is it Khair
The
Elam
Chiefs
or
took
whatever?
McDuffie. You got that right. The Chiefs took McDuffie.
Yeah, we got that.
Okay.
Nick, I don't know who Nicholas McGee is.
They traded 29.94 and 121 to move up to 21.
Nicholas McGee, I don't know who he is. He's a check mark though. He said the Jets offered 10 and a pick swap for Deebo, and it was rejected.
Wow.
That was before AJ got traded, though.
Yeah, that's true. Crazy.
And I don't. That's not anything. But according to NBC Sports, the potential trade of 49ers Deebo Samuel to the Jets reportedly isn't dead yet. Oh wait, that's a long time ago. Never mind. My bad.
Oh, I was gonna say, I'm like, wait, what? How?
I mean, I just think that it's more realistic. Like Deebo's on his way to Vegas, right? If they have a conversation and then the money's just like, look, I'm not going down past this. You already saw guys in my same draft class get this type of money. And if the 49ers aren't willing to do it, day 2, you get, 2 second rounds. And like you said, a future, that might be the best they could do.
But to be fair, guys, like Deebo going to Vegas is
He's going there to sign. He's going there
Yeah.
to sign
he
tomorrow.
could go- he's going
But-
basically as a citizen.
No, but what I'm saying is they could have that real conversation. Now the money is already set, right? Like you can't go less than 60 mil guaranteed because there's
But
no
to be fair,
right?
this is why I say that doesn't change things to me, because they've been having conversations with Deebo or his representation over the last couple of days. So if that's the case, like they know what the demands are. They know where this is headed. They clearly are comfortable letting it head there. So, but if pick 10 and even a pick swap was offered, let's say it was 10 and 38 for 61 in Deebo, like that's by far more than anybody else got, right?
Mhm.
So they already are willing to turn down the best offer that any receiver has got out of all the receivers that have been traded and paid. So I think that the Deebo's staying, like they're dug in at this point,
Yeah,
which is
I don't
crazy
think
to me.
it's gonna go anywhere. It's wild.
So who's on the clock?
insane.
Who's on the clock right now?
The Packers.
Packers.
This has
Packers.
got to be Sky Moore,
Receiver, I
Christian
would think.
Watson. Could you imagine
So-
if they took Malik Willis? Could you
Real quick, I
imagine?
want to hold on. Let me give a shout out real quick. So we got 187 watching. You've got 4 content creators on there. Obviously, myself. If you haven't done so already, make sure you like and subscribe. I'm going to be giving away that Joe Montana jersey here real soon. Right next to me is David. He's not a content creator, but he does write for All 49ers Sports Illustrated. His Twitter handle is right there. Next to him is Nate, Niner Nate's Nonsense. You can check him out on YouTube. You've got So Real Sunil, who runs So Real Sports Talk. You see him every Tuesday here with me. Subscribe to him as well. And then Marco, you guys, there's two. If you have 49ers in your thing, I'm always confused at who's who. What's the name of your
49ers Red Zone.
49ers Red Zone? There we go. So you can catch Marco at 49er Red Zone. So if you're here, you're enjoying the content, subscribe here, subscribe to all these guys. They're all fantastic. They've been here all night with me, helping keep this draft party
Packers are
going.
taking Quay Walker.
Who?
The Packers are taking Georgia linebacker Quay Walker.
And that was the linebacker that had a lot of buzz. For whatever reason, that was a consensus buzz guy that was not going to fall. And I like Channing Tindall out of Georgia better than Quay Walker, but whatever.
So okay, so the Packers haven't taken a receiver in the first round since like 2002, and they've got one more pick here in the first round. Is that going to continue to go? Like, what's going on? I don't know. What do the Ravens do here? They're next, right?
By the way, the pick that was used to pick up McDuffie was the original 49ers pick. Just sort of interesting thing to think about.
Oh yeah, that's a good call. That is interesting. All right, so the Trey Lance traded pick, they got traded a second time, I believe.
Hey, if I'm the Ravens, I'd just go for, if they can't swing this deal, looks like it's not going to happen, is because it's on the clock. If they would have happened, and so I'd go with Sky Moore or George Pickens. These are 2 of my top 4 receivers in the class. It's a great value, and you go from there. And I actually think that Sky Moore would be an excellent pick because he's not tall, but he's not small, and he's got great hands, great releases. He's tough as hell. You talk about a guy that can do what Deebo does. I wouldn't be surprised at all if they go here, Sky Moore here.
Interesting.
It's wild Green Bay didn't go wide receiver. Like, what is Aaron Rodgers thinking right now?
They have pick 28.
So mad.
They still have pick 28. They could easily go Watson there, or
The Bills are now on the
Pickens, or
clock.
who is?
The
Buffalo?
Bills, they traded up.
Oh, are the Bills going to go with?
Johnson.
Well, no, they could use another receiver too. Like, they could go receiver here. This is a luxury pick for them. They could go who's the running back?
You need to mark up.
Brees Hall.
Yeah, Brees Hall. I almost said
That's who I think.
Brees Hall, yeah. So Brees Hall could be the pick here for Buffalo, which would be a great pick, by the way. Great pick.
Interesting. I just can't believe AJ Brown got all that money, and here we are. We're gonna sit here and see what happens with Deebo. It just feels like a lot of bad things compounding on top of each other.
And I just, the bottom line is, that I think the Niners have shown that, well, I don't want to be too negative. Sky's not falling, but I think that they have this picture of what they think is going to work instead of reading the writing on the wall sometimes and just ripping the Band-Aid off and like cost benefit analysis and moving on. And maybe I thought that they would have been like, and I think that maybe you're showing a pattern of behavior here that's a little bit, and again, you gotten close, but you're not there yet. And I worry that this is a precursor for some other discontent that could linger. That's not great. And
Yeah, how do they handle the Bosa situation? That's right around the corner, right?
Bills
I
gave up
handle that
130 to move up, by the way.
What?
Well, Bills gave up 130 to move up 2 spots.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Not bad at all.
4th round pick.
Can I push back a little bit, David? Because I personally was one of the first people that said Deebo's gone. But now that Deebo's staying, and it probably your reporter friend or whatever was probably right. They probably tried to go with the 23rd pick. 49ers probably said no, and then they traded back, right?
Right.
But I think that I think the 49ers front office and then the coaching staff of the 49ers are 2 separate entities, right? So Deebo could be completely upset with the front office, but Kyle Shanahan could come in and all the players love Kyle Shanahan. So I don't think that this is a situation where if they end up, getting the contract to where it needs to be, that Deebo's going to be upset or whatever the case may be. I think he would enjoy playing with the 49ers, obviously, but they just have to get the contract stuff ready. And I do think if Shanahan jumps in, the money will be where Deebo needs it to be for him to play here.
If that were the case, I don't think it necessarily would have gotten to the point that it did.
No, but you also are talking about a different personality in Deebo, right? So Deebo has a much different personality than any of the people that the 49ers
Florida, Kahir Alam.
They took the corner.
Alam.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Wow.
Okay. So that's the only other corner that was worthy of a 1st round pick, probably.
Honestly, you guys want me to tell you the truth?
That's who the Cowboys wanted, apparently.
I really hope the 49ers trade up into the 1st round and give up everything they have to go get Jermaine Johnson.
That'd be crazy.
I mean, if you're really going to keep Deebo, right? Like,
yeah,
if you're going to keep Deebo and you're going to play that hardball and you're going to pay him out, push everything to the center of the table and say, I'm all in. Go get a guy opposite of Bosa. I understand you signed a couple guys in free agency. Push everything to the table and say, hey, all these draft picks, Jermaine Johnson, pair him with Nick Bosa for the next couple years and go all in.
I agree with you.
Not a bad idea, actually.
We're not the Rams, though, sadly.
No, they're not the Rams. But
Rams would do something cool like that. That's the thing is, like, I don't know if it's because he's in Hollywood or whatever, but, like, the Rams do cool shit, and Niners don't do that kind of cool shit.
Yeah. I want to address this real quick. Mike says you're just mad because you were wrong. I mean, here's the thing with the Deebo trade stuff. It was opinion, right? At some point, you got to pick a side. And someone's going to be right. Someone's going to be wrong. I'll just talk for me personally. Like, I'm not mad. Like, Deebo's my favorite player. I'm looking at a signature right here that I just picked up this year. I'd have been probably would have been pretty pissed if I had just gotten that and he was gone. I used Deebo Samuel to parlay my 7-year-old son into getting into football, right? Like, he is a Deebo fan. So, no, I'm personally not mad that I was wrong. I'm going to be wrong about a lot, but one thing that is different, right? Like, this is an opinion. The one factual thing that I was not wrong about is when that social media stuff started and I ran with it very, very early and people wanted to laugh at me. You don't know what you're talking about. It doesn't mean anything. He's trolling. Then his brother was trolling. Grant gets blocked. Ha, ha, ha. One thing I was not wrong about and in saying that Deebo clearly wants out. Doesn't mean that things can't change. Clearly, the 49ers are going to do their best to work on it. But that was something that I was very right on. And so, if we're going to say that we were wrong about this, then everybody that was in my mentions, unfollowing me, laughing, all that, like, I would like to, I'm giving my apology. I was wrong. but I would like to hear it back from everybody else.
I was super wrong. I was super wrong in saying that Deebo was going to be traded. Right? If he doesn't get traded, I'm happy I'm wrong. I was not wrong though when I said these teams are making offers and people were like, "Oh, you don't hear nothing." Bro, these main reporters are coming out and saying 49ers turned down pick 10. 49ers turned down these picks. They had multiple trade offers on the table. So I'm happy I'm wrong.
No, and I don't think anybody was hedging either. I felt like that my head was saying, like, I thought the Niners were going to make a deal, but like you said, the offers were there. And the fact of the matter is that Deebo wanted out. That was what we were trying to tell people. And I had people that I know that said that you're trolling, you don't know anything. And then all of a sudden now, tonight, same people are talking about how, yeah, Deebo wants out. Okay, so the bottom line is that you're right. Like I'm actually more in fear of like the reason that there's the fallout of this. And I get that I know that things can get mended. Sunil is right about like this idea that Kyle and Deebo probably have a relationship that's not the problem, right? But at the same time, it's gotten to the point where Deebo is convicted, and Deebo is, like I think Sunil said too, a different dude and has a different level of conviction that's not every player the Niners have dealt with. And I think it's not sour grapes. It's one of those things. This idea that in a perfect world, I want to see Trey Lance, Deebo, Ayuk, Kittle.
Yeah,
come on. Like,
let's think about that for a second. Deebo with Trey Lance, you add Ray to the offense who can take some end arounds himself. Kittle, yes, Deebo's Deebo, right? Let's say Deebo does eventually even get moved in a year, right? He's pissed off, whatever he plays this year, they have to get rid of him. And they don't even get near as much for him. The one thing that the 49ers are doing with that I do love with that, is that Trey Lance is your future. Like, your future hinges on Trey Lance. So Trey Lance having these weapons around him is a good thing. Nobody's mad about that. Okay. Did we miss any picks? Like, what's going on?
No, nothing.
Nah.
Okay. It's moving slower now. Dallas is next.
Yeah. On the
They'll probably go Johnson, right?
They'll probably go receiver because Dallas is weird.
I think they should go.
They did show Cooper.
I really think that Jermaine Johnson is where they should go, but they are Dallas and they are weird. You're completely right.
And they lost Gregory last minute. Remember, Gregory was spurned them very last minute.
That's true. Damn, they might if they land Johnson. That's crazy.
Oh, Johnson and Parsons for the.
But they said they don't want to use Parsons as much as an edge rusher, which is kind of stupid.
That is kind of stupid. It's funny because Parsons is kind of, we talk a lot of, obviously we talk about Deebo, right? But like Parsons is kind of the Deebo of defense. He can do it all. He's incredible. Absolutely incredible. Positionless.
I do want to, go ahead.
I do want to ask you guys, what are you guys' opinions on Buffalo having Elam and Tre'Davious White across from each other?
Yeah. I had Kyrie Elam as I had him as one of my. I had him above McDuffie, after Stingley and Jesus Christ Sauce. I had Elam as my third guy. I had all those guys ranked above the safeties there, and so like I honestly think the Bills had a great pick there. And who's the new Bills GM? I know Shane went to Giants, but was that a promotion there? Oh, there's a Ken Dorsey, or is he a coach?
No, Ken Dorsey's coach. No.
Ken Dorsey's the GM. No.
No, he's coach. He's a coach.
Okay, coach. I was just wondering who's the Bills GM at this point. Oh no, it's Bill. It's Bean. Okay. Shane was the assistant. Okay, never mind. So I honestly think that's a great call. I think the Bills are solid, and they're going to be able to pick up a receiver if they want one in the second round.
And that was what I've been reading is that was somebody the Patriots were wanting. Oh. So they took
Elam?
Elam. Yeah, the Patriots wanted him. So that was taken from a division rival, right? So obviously,
the Patriots. To be fair, the Patriots had their choice, right? And they went with Duffy, right? Didn't they? They had the pick before, did they not? Or am I tripping?
No, they traded back. I thought.
Right, but I thought they still picked before. I don't know. Do so many trades. I don't have it in front of me, so I don't remember.
I think they're picking at 29.
Oh, that's right. Never mind. The Chiefs went McDuffie. That's right. We thought that the Patriots went with McDuffie, then the Chiefs traded up and took me. Okay, you're right. Yeah. You're right. I think the Bills personally, way too early prediction. I think the Bills, out of all the teams that have gone all in the AFC, I think the Bills are the favorite to go to the Super Bowl. That's just my opinion. I would put my money on the Bills out of all those teams in the AFC.
I agree.
I really like Denver. I'm not gonna, but it might be because I just think Russell Wilson's a god.
Yeah,
I really
watched
like
a lot of
Denver.
Russell. I love Russell Wilson.
I really think that Denver is going to be that good. They put pieces around him. They want to protect him. He has probably the best wide receiving core he's ever had. Like, I don't know. Denver's my pick, and they've been my pick ever since Russell Wilson went there.
All right.
But that's because I'm kind of a Russell Wilson fanboy.
Yeah, I got you.
I think it depends on how many games Watson gets suspended. Because Cleveland is nasty.
Does he
bro.
get suspended though?
Cleveland is.
I don't know. If he doesn't get suspended, then you got to put Cleveland up there as one of the favorites. I don't know how good he's going to be after a year off, but that defense is crazy. The running game's crazy, and then you just upgraded quarterback like to the umpteenth time. So I don't know.
Imagine if Dallas right now goes George Karlaftis with Jermaine Johnson on the board still.
Cowboys are taking Tyler Smith.
All right.
Tackle.
Okay. All right.
That's another guy
That's a smart move.
that everybody said would not fall out of the first and would be in the 20s to 30s.
Yeah. Eric,
My guy Linderbaum's still there.
I thought Linderbaum would, Marco, you talked about this, is that, and other guys had too, that he's scheme specific, he's small, and he's not generational like Quentin Nelson. Everybody kind of billed him as that. PFF kind of did that. And I think that, Marco, you say he's not good. I'm not going that far, but like, I don't think I thought he would fall out of the first.
Yeah, I did too. Eric, I don't know if you're talking about the chat or if you're talking about us. We just said that we thought that I got to imagine you're probably talking about the chat. You call in pretty regularly, but
A lot of people are calling in the chat, calling Deebo a diva and stuff like that.
Oh, I got you. Okay, that's understandable.
Well,
listen, yeah, I get it. Like, I don't think I've ever taken the stance that Deebo's a diva. I don't think has anybody here said that? I don't think any of us have either.
But but nobody said that. But I've advocated that I'm all about Deebo flexing. Is it possible though? Like, I have not. I've been all the spaces I've said Deebo should flex because he's got leverage. I'm pro player. I'm a union negotiator. I'm a union guy, right? Is it possible? Like, why is it always like there's the Kool-Aid is always about like, isn't it possible that Deebo could like have some role like in any of this? Like, you look at AJ Brown, like all the other players for Dandy, like nobody else is like, like I just don't understand like why. I'm not ripping on Deebo, like, but is there like no chance that like Deebo has any culpability at all in like being like digging his heels in too? Like, is that not like so? And at the same time, is it possible to maybe say, go get your bag, Deebo, do what you need to do to put bread on the table for your family? Like
both can be true.
Yeah,
both can be true. Yeah,
right.
Of course. All right. So here's. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say tinfoil hat. What if this was Deebo wanting to play for the 49ers the whole time? Did this so that his everybody else on the Duffy, whatever his agent is, could get their trades and all that kind of stuff, and then Deebo is just going to be chilling, get the money from the 49ers, and
that'd be pretty. That's tinfoil hat. I like that.
It's a good idea because like he's came out like, oh, you guys don't know what's going on. You guys don't know what's going on. Like, that could be something. I don't know, but I don't see that happening. I really
That'd be awesome.
He's frustrated.
Yeah. I like this comment here. Insane Membrane says, does safety fall to us? Yeah, at this point, arguably the second best safety and third best safety are still on the board. And what's crazy is ESPN, when they did their predictions for pick 61, actually had Brisker as the highest likely player picked by the 49ers at just over 3.5%, which was crazy because I thought there was no way Brisker would fall there. Now that we're watching this thing, and it happens every year, some guys fall that you don't expect, and this is certainly that.
Linderbaum doesn't look like he's going to go in the first round. So,
they did talk about that, though. They said that was a possibility.
Because he's not good.
I broke down 49ers under the Lynch Shanahan regime draft picks in the first two rounds. They have never picked somebody in the secondary in their first 2 rounds. So I think but when it comes to trenches, 50% of their pick have been D-line or offensive line in the first 2 rounds. So if you're a betting person and you're just playing the odds, most likely it's going to be D-line or offensive line.
So here we have the Ravens, though. Okay, yeah. Okay, sorry. I should have interjected on the Ravens, but they are on the clock.
And taking anybody yet, though.
But they're 5 minutes in. What do you do? Like, do they draft a receiver?
Sky Moore. It's got to be, right?
Yeah.
I mean, my thing is about 49 people falling to 61 is just kind of like there's a lot.
Maybe they pick Jameson. Baltimore's really good at picking defensive players, and especially if they fall to them. So
you mean Jermaine Johnson?
Jermaine Johnson. I'm sorry, Jermaine Johnson.
Jameson Williams on the line.
You literally just traded your only receiver who can catch footballs.
Well, they got Rashad Bateman.
Golly.
And there's a lot of receivers that are going to be up now, available with all these trades too. So
I think the Ravens might have screwed the pooch a little bit on that. I think that they having some guys in that offense is going to be important. And I don't know if you're going to be able to get the guy that you want, because there might be a run on receivers here to end out the premium guys.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. George wants to know if the Lions will jump back in. I don't think so. I mean, they already traded up to 12. Like, that would be crazy if they somehow snuck back in again. Like, screw it. We're just taking 3 first-round picks. We're out. We're done. Gone.
I know this, man. You got Boye Mafe. You got Karlaftis. You've got, hey, what about Ojabo? I know he's Achilles, but that guy's going to be a stud at some point. You've got Ebiketie. I like Ebiketie a lot. There's going to be some players that fall. And what are we at? 25 right now?
We're 25 right now. Yeah.
Bless you.
Bless you. My goodness sakes.
I'm just trying to have a heart attack because I don't want to watch the rest of the draft.
Yeah, I got it.
I don't want to deal with all this Deebo stuff,
Yeah, hey y'all, chill out in the chat. Like, there's no reason to like get all personal with people. Everybody can give their opinion. Some people wanted to trade Deebo. Some people think that they're making a mistake. Some people want to fire. Everybody's titled their opinion, but no reason to name call or
I agree.
Bully up on people. Like, come on. So, all right. So, what was the last pick made? Who was it before Baltimore?
Dallas.
Dallas. Okay, that's right.
Dang, Baltimore's pick still wasn't in.
It's not. I'm like refreshing.
Because they don't know what the hell to do. They screwed themselves. They're like, what the hell do we do? We moved back to 23. We tried to do whatever. We traded back again. Like,
go Jermaine Johnson. That Marquise Brown trade was stupid. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, on their part, you think?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. He was a 1,000-yard receiver. I mean, a good friend of Lamar Jackson. You just pissed off your quarterback. Like, your quarterback was already pissed off because he wants his big payday. He's an MVP a few years ago. Like, I think they're in a bigger situation than the 49ers. Like, they might have to just give the rest of their draft picks in a future first for Deebo Samuel just to get Lamar Jackson to be happy.
Yeah, see, Lamar's got to be.
I'm not saying that's what they'll do, but like, geez, like that's crazy. Like, how can you piss off your former MVP quarterback that bad?
Yeah, I don't know.
You're absolutely right.
Maybe they're just trying to get out of a tense contract negotiation in a couple years. So
this pick,
Tyson with the best comment of the night says, "My Nokia is lagging." Who was the first pick?
Ravens have a pick in. We know that. I don't know who.
Okay.
Tyler Linderbaum.
Is it?
Yeah.
Wow.
Dang.
Wow.
Reach. Marco says reach. All right.
Tyler Linderbaum. They didn't draft a wide receiver to replace the wide receiver. That's wild.
I mean, you shouldn't have to replace the receiver when you plan on running the ball every freaking play with your running back at quarterback, your running back at every running back position you guys have. Legit.
Yeah, that's smart.
Wow.
Because you've got a quarterback who's trying to get re-signed and is developing really well, and now you just took away his best receiving weapon that wasn't a tight end. Listen.
If we trade into the first round, take Christian Watson, I'm gonna run around this room with my shirt off. Just so you all know.
Well, here's
I'm gonna remove you from the screen, and we'll be able to watch you backstage. But
I want to. Charles Robinson tweets out from an exec: Jermaine Johnson isn't sliding. The media had him overvalued. Good player, not elite. Needs their personality fit. Can we stop bootlicking GMs? Can we stop? Can we please stop with this idea that if you ever work in a front office, Jared, NFL team makes a decision that, I get that there's pundits that overvalue, but that's not actually the case so much. I mean, there were pundits who are actual scouts who've worked for teams who are legit dudes and didn't overvalue him at all. There's some other guys they say, I just think if you valued him in the 30s, I respect that. But don't act like just because a guy slides, now all of a sudden you're going to be from an anonymous exec, everybody in the media was wrong. Execs are always right. I just hate that take. Because it's so when a guy at 10 doesn't pan out, was the media wrong? I just, who's the media anyway? I mean, it's who
right.
So I'm sorry, Jermaine Johnson's a good player, and I don't know. I think he's
Jets trade back into the first round with the Titans. Jets are picking at 26.
That's crazy. What'd they trade? I wonder.
Jermaine Johnson.
Jermaine Johnson.
It's got to be Jermaine Johnson.
They were in love with Jermaine Johnson. They almost took him at 10.
I bet they gave him both. Do you think they would have given him both seconds? No way.
No. Because they only had to trade up 7-8 spots from 35 or whatever. It's probably 35 and not even 69. It's probably 90 something or whatever they have after that. I don't know what they have after.
Jermaine Johnson. I love what the Jets are doing.
Jets are killing this draft. Hell yeah.
Amazing.
It's Jermaine Johnson?
Yeah, I'll put money on it right now. That's Jermaine Johnson.
Who'd they take it for again? They took Sauce, right? No, they didn't take Sauce.
Sauce, Garrett Wilson, and Jermaine Johnson all in the first.
Yeah, that's just killing it. Yeah, the Jets are killing it.
And it's nice because they're in a division where the Patriots aren't the Patriots that used to be. And, the Dolphins are who knows what the hell they are. And the Bills are really good, but just like the Niners, the Rams are really good, and the Niners can still be good as well.
Y'all see what Lamar Jackson just tweeted a minute ago?
What did he say?
What the fuck? What?
Are you serious?
I should have said WTF. My bad.
No, you're fine. Yeah. It's fine.
Did he say that or did he retweet that? I thought somebody.
He tweeted WTF.
Oh.
The Jets are trading 35, 69, and 163 for the Titans for 26 and 101.
Oh, okay.
The
they did give up 69. That's crazy.
Johnson.
They have to be taking Jermaine Johnson. They were in love with him. Oh, it is?
Yeah. I just saw it right now.
Okay. That's smart. You're right. They did. They were looking at him. They were even when I was in the Jets thing earlier, Jets Lounge last couple of days, they were willing to take him at 4. They were okay with it. That's how much they loved him over in New York.
Yeah, I gotta take this off. I'm a Jets fan now.
Connor Rogers. Yep,
he's got the hat already ready to go. That's weird.
Did you guys talk about this report from Ben Albright?
Which one?
So it said the Jets rejected the trade that the 49ers offered for Deebo on the 10th.
Oh, really?
That's they rejected the trade. The Niners said that a 10 and a third round. What was the pick? What was the offer though?
10th and Deebo. And they rejected that and picked Garrett Wilson instead.
No, hold up. A 10th and Deebo. What do you mean?
The 10th for Deebo.
Yeah, that's not going to do it.
Wait, Benjamin.
No, the Jets rejected it, not the 49ers. The Jets rejected it.
They should reject that.
You're saying the 10 pick.
The 10 pick for
Deebo straight up.
Oh, yeah. I was thinking
No.
The Jets rejected it.
So it's saying Jets reject a trade from the 49ers involving Deebo Samuel for the 10th pick before taking Garrett Wilson.
Oh, imagine that. So wait a minute. So the 49ers were
Tampa.
So that changes things because that means the 49ers were trying to get rid of Deebo.
Oh.
Who's Tampa going here?
If that's true.
Cool. Isn't it fun?
I can't wait. You guys know what I can't wait for? for a 49ers fan to go to Deebo Samuel's signing autograph experience on Saturday, and for 49ers fans to have their cameras on and ask him, Deebo, why'd you request a trade? Deebo, why do you want to get traded? Like, you know how many videos we're going to see like that?
Yeah, there's going to be a ton. You're right. I didn't even think about that. That's crazy.
can't
What's
wait for
Albright's
White
Twitter
to-
handle?
At Benjamin Albright.
When did he tweet this?
So I don't know if it's a report. It was accredited to him.
I don't see
somebody
it.
else tweeted it.
I don't see it.
So was he on TV or radio or something like that? Possibly.
Yeah.
He would tweet things.
He does tweet a lot of things about people's moms.
Oh, he
He's
gets
a weird
invited
dude.
people on Twitter.
He said, and someone commented like, "Dang, a 2-seater car." He goes, "Yeah, all I
Dude,
need is room for me and your mom." I was
Yeah.
like, "God, damn."
He says all the time he does it. He had one day he had like 3 in a row. It was actually pretty funny. He said one, somebody got mad. He said another one to them, and then somebody got mad again, and he like tripled down on it, like back to back to back. I'm like, dang, Albright, like what's going on? That's
Do
crazy.
the Bucks go quarterback here? With Brady,
I don't think
you know,
so.
You don't think so?
I don't think so. What about that tight end kid? They could go with him if they don't think Gronk's
Is
coming
Gronk
back.
not coming back?
I don't
Have
know.
They said it if he's not coming back.
I don't know. But they could go with him. What kid out of Colorado State, right?
Yeah. So then the next pick has to be Sky Moore then to Green or Pickens to Green Bay.
Green Bay's at 28, right?
Yeah, so it'd be Pickens or Sky Moore there, and then New England and Kansas City, and then Cincinnati, Minnesota.
Jaguars trading up to
We have
the Bucks.
27. Yep.
I wonder who they're trying to get.
Dude,
Well,
that's crazy.
What
All
was
right.
funny?
Trades.
Sounds like a pretty deep class. That's a top heavy class for a lot of teams wanting to trade
well,
up and
the Jags went with edge though. So now what are they going up for here?
receiver.
Linebacker.
Oh,
Are they going? What's his name?
Lloyd or Dean.
Lloyd's better.
yeah, that's a good point.
Or could it
Wow.
be a corner?
But the Jaguars are such a crapshoot. Who knows what the hell they're doing?
Yeah, I know.
They're gonna draft the receiver so that he could start over Christian Kirk.
Oh my god! Can you imagine that?
Jets got to be having the best day right now, right? Jets and the Eagles.
Oh, yeah, it feels great to be a Jets fan right now. Like I'm really proud of what my team has done.
I don't know how true this is, but George says Lions tried to trade 32 and 34 for Deebo and said they traded for Williams plus a 5th year and cheaper. Haha, Niners. I don't know.
Diana Rossini just tweeted the New York Jets were also slightly interested in trading for AJ Brown, but the compensation wasn't matching up. Makes sense. My sense was the team didn't have strong enough desire for Brown.
Well, we'll see. Look, I know that the players they got, I think they did a nice job. I'm still going to say I think that the veteran leadership at receiver, like I like Garrett Wilson. We'll see how everything transpires there. I hope the offensive line is in good enough shape there because they didn't address that yet. And
No, but they have a pretty good offensive line.
Well-
As long as Becton's healthy, they have a good offensive line. I'll say
But
that.
they were looking at moving Becton.
I know.
And no,
No.
No, I think that's all just reports, like speculation and everything. I don't think they're ever trying to move Becton.
Zach Wilson tweeted today that he has been in contact with Becton and they're excited to be back on the field together and all that kind of stuff.
Jacksonville traded 33, 106, and 180 to get to 27.
yeah.
To take George Karl Laftis after taking Trevon Walker. What?
Niner Fanatic says the way the AJ deal was structured, it looks like around 20 million a year. That again, annual versus what is actually guaranteed. It's a lot of guaranteed money, a ton of guaranteed money. That's what Deebo cares about. I would imagine that's what Deebo cares about. I don't know why he would care about stuff that's fake money.
So who are the studs that are still available?
Receiver wise or just player wise?
Just overall, just like guys that are
Tons, man.
Lloyd.
Oh my.
You have Lloyd. Who else do you have?
So still no running back has been picked.
No.
Brees Hall.
I don't think there will. I don't think there will be.
You have the two
The
other
Jags are
safeties.
taking
that
Devin
argue-
Lloyd with the 27th pick.
There it is. Lloyd. Yep.
That's I thought that would be a linebacker.
Yep. You've got both safeties that the other two safeties that were supposed to go in the first round didn't go yet. Hill and what is it? Stein or Scene?
So this is Sky Moore Pickens, right? Here, Green Bay.
They haven't gone a receiver in the first round since 2002.
They have to. He
I-
will ask for a trade. He will ask for a trade if they don't take a wide receiver here. Like if I'm him, I walk up to fucking my head coach and I'm like, I quit. I don't want to play football anymore. I'm done. I don't care. I'm done. Like,
You know who they should
have
draft
to.
right now?
Who?
Malik
They should
Willis.
draft Malik Willis.
Yo, if they did that, it would be the most insane thing ever.
Like, you know how fun this would be?
They
I don't care about
have
the Green Bay Packers. You know how fun that would be?
That would be wild. That would be so funny.
Is Malik Willis better than Jordan Love?
I think so.
I don't know.
Not tonight. Not tonight. Your average sports kid. We got 5 of us on here. It's pretty it's pretty deep already. We'll probably go with calls tomorrow though, because the 49ers will be on the clock tomorrow. So I think we'll probably take some tomorrow, especially as we start getting closer, just getting opinions.
God, what a long night it's going to be.
Yeah, because it's so late.
61.
Yeah, but then we go second and third rounds tomorrow, right?
Yo,
Yeah,
but if
yeah.
Christian Watson is there at like 37, 38, like how can they not go up and get him?
Christian
Like-
Watson should be there at 40 to 45.
If he's there, like I'm San Francisco, I'm like, yo, I can't pass on this kid. Like I just can't.
He won't even
Like,
see the
if-
field this year if they keep Deebo.
Oh yeah, he will.
Over who?
Twan Jennings.
Who's their legit receiver 3?
I mean, how often do they use it?
I like Twan Jennings.
On third downs?
It's not Jimmy.
How
It's
often-
not a Jimmy Garoppolo offense any longer.
It's a very good
True. I mean, they do. I mean, look, 30% of their picks in the top 2 rounds have been wide receivers. So would it be? I guess I just think there's bigger needs that they need. I think.
it is so special.
I mean, clearly the league isn't saying so.
Yeah,
He played for
Yeah,
North
but the league
Dakota
gets it
State.
wrong.
He played
True.
for North
League
Dakota
gets it
State.
wrong.
That's why.
the league drafted DK, AJ, Terry, and Deebo after the first.
That's
round.
true.
In the
Oh my
same year.
God. Pat McAfee has Aaron Rodgers on a show live during the pick.
Oh wow.
How
watch that.
do I watch this?
It's on.
Why are you
gotta
telling
be-
people to go on another YouTube channel right now, bro? Keep it here locked on Last Second Sports.
My bad. Sorry. I think it's freaking wild that this is a thing that's actually happening live.
Yeah, the thing is he was on last year live, or when they took Love, and he was just kind of.
Well, he had gotten off right after it. He had gotten off before that pick came in.
Deets, no, I'm going to do it here towards the tail end. So for everybody else that had entered to win the jersey, it will be given away here shortly. I've narrowed it down to 20 people. Those 20 people have been notified. So if you haven't been notified, you're not one of the final 20.
That's messed up, Jesse.
Check your tweets and check your YouTube comments from me. And turn down whatever you're watching because I don't want a copyright claim. Thanks.
Who?
You can hear that?
I could hear it. I don't know what it is now.
I just want to hear what
Wait.
Rodgers has to say.
Whose is it?
Have they picked or no?
No. Rodgers is literally on screen right now. I just have it in another window. I was just curious.
Yeah, I could hear it.
Deebo for Matt Arisa. I'm on board for that.
Kicker, yeah. A lot of people like him, man. I saw him going in crazy mocks. Matt Arisa. 49ers don't go punter though, right? Do they? Or do they? At some point.
Oh God, please no.
Tyrone says Jimmy G for Russell Westbrook.
I would do it.
That's not me that has that on. Someone else has the sound on.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe somebody does.
Were
So
you guys able to hear the Pat McAfee show?
Yeah,
I don't know. I have no idea.
I could hear. Well, I could just hear a sound. I didn't know what it was.
Yeah.
That's hella weird.
That's
I'm not even
crazy.
playing the audio.
I don't know. That's crazy. So if they don't go receiver here, what
It
the
has
hell?
to be, dude. It has to be. He's going to burn the freaking training facility down if they don't. Like, if I'm him, I would be so livid. I wouldn't even be able to talk.
So I'm
Do you
listening.
know who
I'm
the
listening.
receivers are?
Yo, Nate, I just heard him right now. They just asked him about receivers, and his answer was, we got Devontae in the second or third round, Jermaine Jones in the second round. They all turned out to be really good receivers. So it seems like he's not stressed if they pick a guy in the first round or not. They just want to pick a good
Devontae
player.
Wyatt.
I also who?
Again?
That's
Hold
the
on.
pick.
I want to make sure it's the right thing.
Deontay Wyatt. You're right. Devontae Wyatt.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where are you guys getting this?
So not
there it is.
receiver.
Jordan Schultz.
Yep.
Dang. All right. So Wyatt. Well, wow, that's crazy.
I actually think Wyatt's a better prospect than Jordan Davis, and people can at me. That's fine. There was concerns allegedly about this guy's like something in his high school, and I was like, oh my God, are we really dragging that up? So honestly, I think this is a good pick for the Packers.
When did they pick again? The Packers.
Second? They have 2 second-round picks. They have 51.
Do they?
Yeah, because they got the Raiders second, and then they have their own second.
Okay.
So I think they're at like 51 and like 60,
59 or
like
something.
60, I think.
Okay. All right. So there's going to be some good receivers there for him too. Interesting.
New England's next. They go sign, right? Like,
I could see them going Andrew Booth.
Oh.
I
Andrew
thought
Booth. You could pick.
I honestly thought Devontae Wyatt was all around the best defender on the Georgia defense last year. I really do.
do we think another wide receiver goes outside of Kansas City? It's got to be Kansas City, and that's it, right? No other wide receivers here. Just Kansas
Unless somebody
City.
trades back in.
Yeah, unless somebody trains back in.
Because who's left to pick? We got the Patriots. We got Kansas
The Patriots
City.
aren't going wide receiver.
Patriots.
Kansas City will go wide receiver for sure. Cincinnati
jump back in.
and Cincinnati and Minnesota.
I
Minnesota
wouldn't be
should
shocked
go
if-
Willis.
No, actually, I wouldn't be shocked if Seattle jumps into where Kansas City is or Cincinnati is to take Malik Willis.
Who did the Bucks end up taking? Did we? Sorry.
They traded back.
Oh.
They traded out.
They're picking at 33 now.
Oh, okay. So they're the first pick tomorrow.
That was the Jaguars that traded up.
Oh, that's right. Jaguars trade two Florida teams. All right. 53 and 59, Itchy says, for the Packers. So
Yeah, that's the Packers are that's the thing. They stayed to their board, and I would have looked. I'm high on Sky. Like, I'm very high on Sky Moore, but if that's not their cup of tea, that's fine. He's not there in the first round. This thing, a receiver that doesn't go in the first round doesn't mean you're a bad receiver. We've seen that. We've seen guys not meet their criteria and say, well, this is whatever. I think the bottom line is when you draft a good player like Devontae Wyatt at that spot, you can't really be mad at a team for he didn't overdraft him. They got a really good player at that spot.
But who's he throwing touchdown passes?
That's fine. That's fine. But like the bottom line is that you have 2 second-round picks. Is that their belief probably is that the guys available aren't really that much different than the receivers that are available at the end of the second round because the premium guys are already gone in their estimation. I also, as much as I like George Pickens, a couple people have said that he had some immaturity things that really were red flags that were going to make him fall. And they guess that's transpiring.
So you still got Pickens, you still got Moore, you still got Watson. That's probably the next 3.
Yeah.
So, or potentially, like that's probably the top 3 left. They also could package and trade back up if they really do like a guy, right? So they're not dead in the water, but I'm a little surprised. Not gonna lie.
Aaron Rodgers just said on the McAfee show that he knew that they were going defense and he was cool with it.
Oh,
Because they just signed Sammy Watkins, so like he probably endorsed that signing. They have Amari Rodgers, who they drafted last year, I believe in the 3rd round. They'll probably take a receiver in the 2nd. I mean, it makes sense. Their defense was kind of bad last year, especially their run defense was very bad last year. He could put up points. He's the MVP for a reason.
He said that they had 6 guys with 1st-round grades and they were all gone. So that's why they did what they did.
Mom, stop.
That's why they traded back.
Yeah. So I guess he's in like talking to the front office and they're kind of like letting him know what's going on, which is I think what he probably wanted.
Good, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's that important. Breaking: the Patriots are selecting Cole Strange with the 29th pick.
Ooh.
No way.
That's an overdraft.
Yeah. Wow.
Look, there's going to be guys that like Cole say, oh, he's at the Senior Bowl, and he got that's a bad.
He got his ass whooped at the Senior Bowl.
He did. He got his ass whooped. And the thing is this, he's an off. This is a guard, guys. This is a guard. It's not even this is a 3rd round player. I mean, I wasn't even wanting to touch him in the 3rd. I had him as a day 3 pick on my board. Like, Bill Belichick is not. Okay, whatever.
So
Belichick knows best.
How about
trade your guard?
Yeah,
what?
he went to Tampa Bay, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Makes sense.
So a couple of picks left. What are the chances the 49ers trade up?
0.
Not into the 1st round. I'm saying that tomorrow. I mean,
They could. They could.
Yeah.
60.
If Christian Watson falls to them,
Look. They have future. Look, they have 9 picks in this draft. They can't use all those picks. And so if I'm them, if they're going to dig their heels in on Deebo, like that ship has sailed. Jets aren't going to come to save the day. There's nobody coming now. It's over.
Yeah.
It's over. So you've got to come in and sit in a situation where you better be aggressive about getting good talent. Now, you could sit there and still get some good players. But if you do, look, personally, I think I like Christian Watson a lot. I love Sky Moore. I love Jordan Pickens. Pickens, Moore, and Watson were all my top 8 receivers. Okay? That's talent there. I know, Sunil, you said, like, hey, if you're keeping Deebo. However, yeah, I mean,
I just think they'll go a different route. I do think they.
I agree.
Drafting 1 or 2, but that high, I think they go a different route. Another follow-up question for all you guys, because I respect your opinions. Day 2 and 3, does Jimmy or Dre Greenlaw get traded?
Yes.
I'd say Greenlaw is more likely than Jimmy.
For what?
I could see them moving Jimmy though.
4th.
I think that they're in on Alshire signed his tender. I thought they should have traded. I know Marco agrees with me. I thought they should have traded Greenlaw last year and kept Jonas Griffith. Maybe you don't agree with me, Marco.
Well, I'll drop something for you guys. The 49ers have actually been talking to a linebacker, Mark Robinson from Ole Miss, and he is a guy that they have told that they really like. Talking to the agency, they really like him. So that is, if they're talking to a linebacker, very intriguing that they might probably move one of their linebackers. You could probably have Mark Robinson in like the 5th or 6th round. So that's something that they could do. They could trade Dre Greenlaw for a 4th, whatever. But I think both of those guys could be traded only because if we look how the quarterback board is going and everything, if I'm looking at the picks, all right, so Minnesota will probably take a quarterback. I wouldn't be shocked if they do, even though they just gave Kirk all that money. I could see them trying to take a guy, especially because they're in a situation at 32 and then 34, so they have the capital. You also have a team like the New York Giants who are in a good spot to take a quarterback early in the 2nd. And you have Seattle early in the 2nd that could take a quarterback. So a lot of quarterbacks might have an early run, early 2nd. So you might have a team like the Carolina Panthers who are like, hey, we got to just send you some picks for Jimmy kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So what I heard, though, what the talk about the Sunil, you talked about Albright. What Rappaport said was that the Jets offered 10 and a 3rd round pick swap.
Yeah.
In the Niners.
So I don't know. It's just like conflicting reports.
To me, if that's all that they offered was 10 and a 3rd round pick swap. Now, yeah, that's not what the Niners wanted.
Right.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
not, I mean, that's
when push comes to shove, keeping Debo is obviously much better, especially with it seems like the board's falling. They could still get a really good edge, a really good safety, even receivers if they want to go that route. I just think that the offense is much better with Debo there for sure. And if Kyle can have a conversation and calm things down, at the end of the day, you pretty much know what the contract needs to be now. If they give him exactly what AJ Brown got,
Yeah, AJ Brown,
supposedly that'd be happy.
Aaron Rodgers said that Jameson Williams, he said Jameson Williams was the most NFL ready wide receiver in this draft, and the Lions traded up for him. He said it didn't seem like outside of Jameson Williams, there wasn't another Justin Jefferson. So maybe Rodgers was like, maybe the pack.
Holy shit.
What?
The Chiefs are selecting George Karlaftis.
Good
That's
pick.
a good pick.
Great pick.
I mean, he's not good, but like if it's what they need,
You don't like George.
Wait, hold on. Wait, time out. Marco just said this is a great pick. I mean, he's not good, but he fits their scheme.
Look, Marco
it's a good pick. Like, it's
Damn,
a good pick 'cause they
Marco,
need
that's
edge.
fucked up.
Marco is wrong. Marco, you were wrong about the number one pick, Trayvon Walker. And you're
Bro, I
wrong
don't
about
care about
George
the number one pick.
Karlaftis.
Trent Block is an idiot. He should not be a GM. Like that's why all the Jaguar fans wore clown masks to his freaking stadium. But the reason why I say George Karlaftis isn't that good of an edge rusher is because he wins so slow, and he for me, an edge rusher needs to win fast, especially when their secondary move is not that great, and he doesn't have that. So for me to say 28, it's a good pick, but he's not that good of a player. So it's for the position value, it makes sense for them to pick a guy when they need someone opposite Frank Clark.
I think he's a freak that he can be with good coaching, can get a lot better and can be more refined.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow.
So where's the Bengals and Vikings going here? These are our final two picks of the night. Bengals, Vikings.
I think the Bengals will address either if they were looking at corner.
Did they use another safety?
I mean, they have with Jesse Bates there. I don't offensive line.
They might trade out.
Jackson Hill. I mean, that's intriguing, right? Like, he could play in that slot role. He could play.
I would be look. The Bengals linebackers are horrible. This is maybe a Nakobe Dean. This could be a Chenal from Wisconsin. There's guys that are higher on them. I'm not, but I could see this being a linebacker as well.
Actually, you know what they're gonna do? They're gonna go tight end, man. Didn't they just lose their tight end?
McBride?
I don't know if they'll go McBride, Dolchik, something. That's something they could do. Like they just lost their tight end. You have your defense was good last year. It wasn't bad.
Hey,
but taking a linebacker is a reach right now. In my opinion, right now is a reach because linebacker.
Is there any offensive linemen that are worthy taken? Probably not. Well, maybe
the best offensive lineman. Oh, they could go Bernard Raymond or who else is on the board?
They still could use some line help. Like, let's not get it twisted. They
could.
They brought in another lineman though too this offseason. They did, right?
Yeah, but a lineman when your whole line was.
I thought they brought two in.
Yeah, they brought a couple in. They brought a couple guys.
Did the Chiefs? Who did the Chiefs draft before Karlaftis? Was it Dotson?
No, it was
McDuffie.
McDuffie.
You know what? I love that they did that in a way. They did not sit there and say, look what happened. The Chiefs lose Tyreek Hill. Did they freak out? Did they freak out about like, oh my God, no, they didn't.
You don't have to. You have Patrick Mahomes.
I get it.
Yeah.
But hold up. You're still as a Niner, like you still. I think that's a good philosophy. You're in a tough division, and you want to build for the other side of the ball because you know you have Mahomes for a long time. I like going with your board and going defense. I don't think that you need to reach for a receiver if you didn't like him.
I think the 49ers do the same thing.
Yeah, possible.
Yeah.
They lost their starting safety. They replaced him for a guy that's arguably just as good and Reed, a much cheaper cost probably, younger. They didn't re-sign Ward. They went and drafted a corner. They needed a pass rusher. They got the pass rusher. So they, and then they let Hill go, and that was a ton of money right there. I mean, Chiefs are doing a good job of retooling and staying cheap and maneuvering money. And Chiefs are a well-ran organization. Just say
They
that.
always have been too. I mean, that's why they're always there in the running for the Super Bowl. They probably should have been in the Super Bowl this year against the Rams. It should have been Chiefs Rams. Just kind of some weird things swung their way in that fourth quarter that I don't think they could have really done much with. They were the better team. Everybody knew the Chiefs were better than the Bengals.
Yeah.
But you could say the same thing.
Hot take.
You could say the same thing for how the 49ers have been handling their offseason too. So it's easier like to look at the Chiefs and say, but if Trey Lance is what the 49ers think he is, they're playing their offseason the same exact way as the Chiefs would be playing their offseason.
Oh, and Sunil, by the way, I mean, I said the only reason I've given the 49ers like a C+, B- grade is because I thought your two priorities, first of all, I thought Bosa you didn't have to sign, or he would probably wait till next year, which it seems like that's the case. That's a strategy I think the Bosas like to use.
The Bengals are selecting Daxton Hill.
There you go. There it is. Daxton Hill. All right. So you've got that, but their two biggest priorities were re-signing Deebo. That has gone horribly. And trading Jimmy. That has not happened. But as far as if we remove that from the equation, who they've gotten and how they've maneuvered, I actually am not mad at it. I think the 49ers have done a pretty damn good job. It's just the way this Deebo thing's gone. To me, it couldn't have gone any worse. And you still have Jimmy, so it's hard to not take those things into account.
Look, they're still. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Nate.
I mean, I agree with what you're saying. Remember, we were talking about it on the show this week, Jesse. Like, they knew what their problems were. It was corner and it was special teams. And they believe that maybe they're going to take this leap with the quarterback, that they can just fix their problems and see where it takes them. And I hope they're right, because if they're right, then this football team's back in the NFC Championship game, because the NFC is very weak.
Yes.
Go ahead, Sunil. Sorry, I didn't interrupt you.
Yeah, no, there's two things. One, people forget that a lot of young players got a lot of like solid playing time for the 49ers before. A year more means they're going to get better as well. So when people are saying, well, what about Juwan Jennings? Well, Juwan Jennings is now a third year in the league after coming off his best year. The leap that he could take between year 2 and year 3 it could be phenomenal, right? Also, the second thing is, if this ends up being resolved with Deebo, they get him the money, they get under contract, all this kind of stuff. Then at the end of the day, like, yeah, it was a lot of drama for a few weeks or whatever. But at the end of the day, you still have the best team, one of the best receivers there, happy, paid, whatever the case may be. Maybe it took a hit as far as, I guess, just what it looked like. But if the results are what the results are, I mean, you're still looking at probably a top 3 team in the NFC, like regardless of how Trey Lance plays, even if he just plays, average like we saw Jimmy play.
Oh, and I don't think it was impossible to mend the fences, but if Deebo said he wants out, that's my only concern. And if he still feels that way, that's my that's. By the way, Dax Hill just went.
Yeah, we caught that.
Where's that audio coming from?
I don't know. I hear it, but I only hear it from. I think it's from you.
Me?
Is your TV on?
No.
Mine's off. I don't have any sound on either.
I don't have any sound on either. I heard the audio as well.
Marco over here being quiet.
I'm in class. I just realized my audio was on. I was like, I muted it. I muted my mic. I was like, let me turn my audio.
It's always the guy that's looking to the side, just acting cool.
He's like,
you don't know what's going on.
It's like, who just farted? Marco's like, come on, Marco.
My teacher was talking.
I'm late on the pick.
I muted my mic earlier and I forgot to mute it back again.
Dax Hill, Bengals.
Dax Hill, yeah. No, and we talked about that as a possibility, right? All right, I'm gonna do the Montana jersey giveaway. I'm gonna pull that up right now. So just so everybody can see, it's probably hard to see because I got a green screen thing on. I apologize, but I'll just hit spin here. I got the 20 names loaded. I'll tell you who the winner is, and then I'll reach out to them as soon as this is over. Get their information and send it off.
It says Marco Martinez.
It's at Terran Deep _17. So you are the winner right there. You see it on screen. Congratulations, man. That's a Joe Montana, Mitchell and Ness jersey.
Nice.
Thank you for showing love to the channel. Glad that we could give back. I'll definitely reach out to you. And I'm going to give, just anytime I do these giveaways, I'm going to give you 48 hours to respond. If they don't respond within 48 hours, I'll give it to someone else. So let me spin the wheel again. Let me spin the wheel again and have a second winner just in case this falls through. I always do this. So David Barry from YouTube chat. So David Barry, your second in line. If I cannot get a hold of, I love that name, by the way, Terran Deep 17.
Can we do some projections for what the 49ers are going to do before we sign off tonight?
Oh, of course. Yeah, sure. Of course. We can end on that. Yeah,
right.
Absolutely. I mean, what are we waiting on now? We're just one last pick?
Yeah, there's just one last pick.
Yeah, we're just waiting on the Vikings. Just waiting.
Okay.
So
start us off.
So, I mean, we know positions of need, definitely safety. And then you always got to put edge there because it's the 49ers. They love the defensive line. Receiver, right. And then for me, obviously center is if Alex Mack is going to retire like we see. I mean, Tyler Linderbaum was a guy that I wanted at center. He's off the board. So I don't know if there's a center that you would pick at 61 that you couldn't get in the third round with one of those picks. So I think if a safety drops, maybe that's the pick, or like a guy like Nick Bonito, if he drops, that could be the pick. But my main question to you guys is, do they stay at 61 or do they get aggressive and move up?
Marco,
in the second.
What's up, Marco?
Quick question. Do you guys, sorry, it's off topic. Do you guys know if the 49ers are going to do a press conference today, even though they didn't draft? Because I know the Rams are doing one. I know a couple other teams are doing one, even though they didn't draft.
I don't know.
The Rams apparently thought that Cole Strange would be there at 104. They just, they're doing their live draft show, and they did the interview, and they said they thought that Cole Strange would be there at 104.
Yeah, I mean, I thought Cole Strange would be there at 134. But the thing is, so I think like the Rams can just have a press conference that says F those picks, right? I mean, like that's the thing is that so, and that's what they're doing, and they rub it in. And I honestly, they deserve it. I do.
But to go back to sorry to throw us off topic, but to go back with Sunil was saying, just so we're on topic. I don't like throwing people off topic, but no, I don't. Only you because you're a teacher. But to go about the what the Niners should do, or what I think they should do, I think they should trade up. So the reason why I say trade up and go get a receiver, I know receiver isn't high on the board or high on the list of needs. I think center is actually the biggest need because Alex Mack is retiring. That's what I've heard. Alex Mack is retiring. It kind of sounded that way, the way John Lynch was wording it. Like, we would like to know before the draft. We would like him to announce before the draft exactly what he said. We haven't got no announcement. So
Lewis Klein to the Vikings. That's the last pick of the draft.
God.
Sign.
Wait a minute. Sorry. The Vikings traded up for Scene, and that's my favorite safety in the draft right there.
Hey, good for them.
That's the final pick of the first round of the 2022 NFL.
All right, well let's wrap this thing up. Let's go around the horn. Go finish your thought, Marco, on what the 49ers do tomorrow.
So they should trade up and they should get a receiver. That's what I think they should do. But I think what they'll end up doing is they will stay pat. They will let the draft fall to them, and if they see someone in striking range, like a center, a receiver, then they'll pounce. I don't think they'll jump too high, but they're going to let the draft fall to them. It kind of sounds like everything like is pointing that way, but the smart thing to do is trade up, go get a receiver, because if Deebo Samuel does play hardball with the 49ers like they're trying to do to him, they have a backup plan at a receiver that they like.
All right, I like it. What about you, Nate?
I mean, I'm Christian Watson fanboy number one. Like, that's what I want. If he's there and they can go get him, and I mean, Marco said it best earlier when he said they have 9 picks. They're not going to pick 9 players.
No.
You know, if he's there and he's in striking range, like, you're in a good enough situation where you're so good that you can afford to go get something that's just best player available, just sexy pick for the, because you have this quarterback who is now the most important piece on the entire team. And if they go out and get Christian Watson for this quarterback, that quarterback's going to be pretty damn happy. But I think if it's not the case, I think edge rusher is the other pick that I'd like to see him. I really want another edge rusher to replace D Ford, like I talked to you, Jesse, if they can replace D Ford, they're going to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. Like, they have shown that they can build a pass rush that can just decimate people. I mean, do people remember in 2019, they would play teams and teams would quit by the fourth quarter? They would just quit. They didn't want to be there. They did not want to play this team because they were sick of getting their ass beat. And so if you build another offensive line like that that's beating people's ass, you're going to the Super Bowl, especially when you have a quarterback that's good.
Here's my thing. I'd like to see I think there's some players in this draft that are still – there's a lot of talent actually at the top of the second round. So I'm not big on trading future picks just to get rash. But I do agree. I think receiver could be a lot. I think it's a third receiver. Good teams have shown that you don't settle with two receivers. But at the same time, I know what Sunil is saying here as well. I'm seeing a lot of great edge players at the top of the second round here. You've got Ebiketie. I know maybe, Marco, you're not as high as Boye, but Boye Mafe in the second round, that's good value.
Actually, didn't you bet me that Boye Mafe was going to go in the first?
Hey,
I have to pull the receipts.
Hey, you know what? Yeah, you know what? It's a wash with the Walker. All right, so go away.
Because you did bet me on that. I remember he was like, "Yeah, Boye Mafe is too good. He's definitely going in the first round." I bet he doesn't.
Yeah, you know what? You're like that precocious seventh grader that's always like trying to get under my skin in middle school. Ah, man. You know what? All right, you're right. All right, so, but you've got Ebiketie, you've got Ojabo, you've got Mafe, you've got Drake Jackson, you've got a guy I really love, cornerback that I think the Niners have liked is Roger McCreary. You've got all these quarterbacks, right? Joking. So I just think that, and though I'm going to say this, if you see a guy that you really buy into, that's a premium player that's in that range, I don't know if at safety at this point, as much as I like Nick Cross, I would wait on him if he's there lower. Part of me just wonders where they're going to go. I don't know how they would trade up. I don't think receivers should be off the board. Christian Watson, Sky Moore, these are receivers that I thought were that had first round caliber. You got edge players that I thought that could go in the first round. You and Roger McCreary, those are the only guys that I'm seeing that I'd be super excited about. At the end of the second round, I like Dylan Parham. He's my fairway guy. Like they talk about fairway picks, like guys who I think are safe, but also really like studs. I like him. I like him more. I know Marco likes, and a lot of guys like Cam Jurgens. I like Cam Jurgens. I like Parham more. I think Parham can play center and guard. And the Niners have shown they like that versatility, and I think he's going to be the better pro. That's just my opinion. And I think Cam Jurgens is going to go pretty quick. I think he'll probably go at the top in the next 17, 18 picks.
All right. I like it. Yeah. For me, I mean, there's so many different ways they can go. I don't necessarily think that they'll trade up from 61. I think they'll stand pat at 61. I could see them move up from 93, however, and slide up there, package some things to move up there. So for me, I think tomorrow they have to get a center. They have to address that interior offensive line. If they make only 2 picks tomorrow, I would like it to be an interior offensive lineman, and I'd like it to be a safety. That would be my preference. I would be okay with an edge, but if Mac is retiring and all signs point to that being the case, you have to get that replacement. You have to. And it's interesting to me, like, what are they going to do? Because their centers do call protections. You're going to bring in a rookie. So are you going to rely more on Trey Lance now to do that, who did do that in college? I'm glad that Deebo's there, assuming that everything can go smooth and they can get it worked out, because I think losing Deebo on top of having a new center and putting all of that on a second-year quarterback, a first-time full-time starter, I think that's an awful lot. And so I'm glad that at least for now he's got his weapons there and they can work around it. But, yeah, I think center is certainly a priority, and then safety is what I'd like to see them do tomorrow.
Jesse, wouldn't the counter argument to be though? But isn't that's the reason why you traded up to number 3 to get that quarterback so he could do stuff like that?
Oh, for sure. We definitely. I mean, that's one of the reasons that I talked about it, is that he could call out protections and audibles and all those things. But doing that year one out the gate, that's a lot to me. You have a guy in the offense, and Jimmy Garoppolo, who was in the offense for 5 years. This guy couldn't read any post snap rotations. Trey Lance, for as much as I believe he knows this offense, for as smart as he is, those rotations post snap, I think, are going to give him some problems, at least early on. I think that's fair to think. So if he isn't able to trust his eyes, and now you're forcing him to call those things at the line, I just think that's a lot to ask for. That's just my opinion. At least right out the gates. Yeah.
So we're talking about center through the draft. So I don't know how comfortable the 49ers would be playing three offensive linemen that are second year or younger, right? Because that would be kind of the case if they end up going center, because we think Moore and Banks are going to be there at positions as well. What about JC Treader? What about JC Treader?
I would love to get JC Treader, but his knee doesn't sound good with his knee. And they've got to, I don't know. They don't have any money. So
He's a free
until this
agent.
Jimmy situation's resolved, they got to get it figured out. I don't know. I would love to get JC Treader as a 1-year stopgap.
I also think that the 49ers drafting center, I agree with you, it's a priority, but would Kyle trust a rookie at center?
That's my
question.
I don't think he would.
And then he drafted Aaron. Now, granted, everybody seems to think that they know that what happened with Aaron Banks last year. Like, he was groomed to replace Lakin. The guy got 5 snaps last year. And that was a guy that you drafted in the middle of the second round.
Yep.
What was it in the 40s? I thought 48. I mean, so
yeah, there, yeah.
To get 5 snaps, and I know, again, I'm not trying to be, but I'm just saying, does that mean, is that going to be another pattern, or is that just Aaron Banks? Is Kyle?
I think that was just his position was in, they had an all pro at his position. He's a left guard. And they tried to put him at right guard. And that just, to most, that's a tough thing. So
I'm with you. I'm with you. He should play left guard. I was told that because he played right guard last year, for continuity, they got to keep him at right guard. I agree with you. He should be at left guard. And that's where he played almost exclusively at Notre Dame at left guard. At the same time, my question is, would they spend a second round pick on a center if they didn't plan on starting them?
No.
I say no.
Not. I would hope not. But I think that they can wait till round 3 first. So that's why I think so in the second round, let's say they go safety or edge, and then third round with 93, they package and move back up a little bit. Maybe they move up 20, 30 picks or whatever. Because, again, they can't use all those picks, and that's where they can go center. I mean, there's going to be some good centers that are going to be there or should be there.
Here's another thing, off topic, but similarly kind of on topic. Where did the Patriots draft Cole Strange at? What pick?
29.
Okay, so I'm seeing reports that the Vikings turned down at least 3 trade offers to get to 32. You want to wonder if there were teams that wanted to get up to where the Patriots were. And I credit the Vikings for taking the seat. I thought that was a great selection. But that makes it odd to me. I know that's because you're taking a guard that did they expect him to play? Is he playing center? Because I saw things that he's going to play center. Maybe he's sliding over to guard. What is? And that maybe muddies the waters for what that market's going to be at the draft for them, because it takes another guy off the board. I don't know.
It's true. No, it's a good point. It's a very good point. Well, I don't know who out of this group is going to join me tomorrow. Maybe there's other people as well. Not really sure. I would love to have all of you back tomorrow if we can make it happen. But I will be live tomorrow, no matter what, live streaming for rounds 2 and 3. So make sure you tap in. Again, if you have not subscribed here, make sure you do so. Make sure you subscribe to Sunil's channel, Marco's channel, Nate's channel. Follow David. Hold on. Here we go. Let's get everybody's stuff right here. This is everybody's handles. So that way, handles and or YouTube channels. So that way you can tap in with everybody here on screen. I appreciate you four guys for running this with me. I appreciate everybody in the chat for sticking with us. We still have 120 people in here. That's kind of wild. All night long it's been going. So appreciate each and every one of you. Love each and every one of you. And we'll be back. Go ahead, Marco. You got something?
Thank you for having us on, brother.
Oh,
Appreciate it.
absolutely.
Yeah, appreciate it. It's been a fun 4 hours.
Been fun.
Absolutely. All right, y'all. We'll see you tomorrow.